All right, now let's have a look at the next area, which is understanding different phases of the hacking cycle. So how is it that these attackers, whether they are security consultants or criminals, what do they do? Well, there are some phases of hacking, and we're going to look at the phases of ethical hacking. The first phase is reconnaissance. In this case, what's going to happen is the attacker, whether it be a hacker who is being paid to do it by the company, or an attacker who is trying to extort money on a criminal basis, they're going to scan. They're going to go gather information passively by searching public records, looking at news releases, looking at LinkedIn, looking at employee information, websites, maybe even visiting the organization and getting their trash, looking through that for paperwork or whatever. Active is when they directly interact with the target by any means. So if you make a phone call and ask about the organization or getting an account or call employees or use technical methodologies to scan ports and equipment of the organization to find out information about it, you're doing an active attack. You're interacting with the organization. The next phase after reconnaissance is scanning. So in this case, we are going to take a piece of equipment that scans, looking at ports, pinging IP addresses, sweeping through the system, looking at vulnerabilities and vulnerability scanners. In this case, what we're trying to do on the external and on the internal network is find live hosts, live machines, open ports, details of operating systems and devices. We're looking at the patch level of each of these, the version of the application, the uptime status, etc. So we are scanning, we're sending in probes, getting back information, finding more information about that. So after the scanning phase, the next one, if we get enough information after scanning, we want to gain access. So this is where the attacker gets access to an operating system on the network. And from there, they're going to be able to look at the network, get to different levels, try to escalate their privilege. If they have a low-level user account or a guest account, they'll want to get an account that can do more. Either they want to add privileges to their current account, or they want to take their account and get a new account, like an administrator or a root account. So they might do password cracking, use attacks on applications, like buffer overflow attacks, that can help them get into other locations to gain privilege, do denial of service, or even session hijacking to get extra privilege from a session has higher privilege with a host than their current capabilities. So they'll do those types of things in gaining access. Okay, so once the attacker has gained access, the next thing you're going to want to do is maintain access. They want to own the system. And there is a term that hackers use called PWN, pwnage. They want, and by the way, you can look up the history of that. It's actually very interesting where that came up and why it's not OWN, but PWN, to own the system. And so what they're going to do is they want to have a backdoor set up. By the time an attacker has a backdoor or a rootkit, you can't even tell it's installed. It's hidden out in the background. And so once they have this, they can maintain access. They can get access remotely anytime they want to any system where they have a backdoor or a rootkit. And they might even use a Trojan to help accomplish that. And so they can download data, manipulate data. They've owned the system. And then they can use that system to launch further attacks. And once they are maintaining access, another item, another phase is where this attacker is going to clear their tracks. They're going to hide everything they're doing. They're going to stuff files in places that can't be seen. They're going to delete logs. They're going to try to remain unnoticed, uncaught. They're going to try to avoid suspicion. And so they're going to hide their identity. They're going to hide what they're doing. They may even delete 5 megabytes of logs and put in 5 megabytes of fake logs just to cover what they're doing. So clearing the tracks is the last phase of hacking. Now let's look at some ethical hacking concepts, scope, and limitations of ethical hacking. All right, so what is ethical hacking? Well, this is actually a term that I find surprises a lot of people. They're like, ethical hacking, isn't that like, an oxymoron? Isn't that like two words that don't go together? And actually it is, because remember, hacking as a word in and of itself is not a pejorative. It's not something bad. It's only bad, it's only wrong, it's only illegal when you do it without permission, right? If somebody has a lock pick kit and they go to a car and they pick the lock and they use a Slim Jim and they open the car and then they go to the ignition, bypass it, and start it, are they a criminal? Well, it depends on if they were asked to do so by somebody or not, right? If they did it to steal the car and the owner doesn't know, then they're a criminal. But if somebody called on the phone and they said, hey, I need you, I lost my keys, I need you to come break into my car and start it for me. And then instead, that person gets paid and everyone's happy after the car is started. So big difference. And the same thing with ethical hacking. If someone asks you to do hacking and you have a contract that stipulates what you need to do, then it's great. You use tricks and use tools and techniques. You find vulnerabilities. And what's your purpose? Your purpose isn't to steal, kill, and destroy. Your purpose is to ensure system security. So you simulate techniques that are used by real threat actors and attackers to verify exploitable vulnerabilities in systems. So as an ethical hacker, you're going to do a security assessment. And guess what? Here's that word I was talking about. Here's a word: with permission of authorities. So one day I was traveling, and back before all the lockdowns and so on, I used to do like 60 or 70% traveling. And one day I was marching down a plane aisle, going to the back. I think it was like Southwest or something, where you choose your own seats. And I was sitting like the far back of the airplane. And as I'm passing one of the workers, she says to me, are you a hacker? And I had just finished teaching a certified ethical hacking class. And I was kind of surprised that she would ask me if I'm a hacker. I'm thinking to myself, I don't look like, I don't get it. So I said, well, yes, I guess, sort of. Why would you even ask the question? She pointed at my shirt, and I had a button-down shirt. EC Council every year has a conference called Hacker Halted. And this was a shirt that I got at Hacker Halted, and I had a jacket over the shirt, and the jacket covered the halted. And so on my shirt, all it said was hacker. And I said, oh, that's how you knew. So see, somebody knew I was a hacker just by seeing me because of the label on my shirt. So either way, ethical hacking, good stuff. So ethical hacking is not only good, but it's necessary. Without ethical hacking, organizations can't tell if they are vulnerable. So if you want to beat a hacker, you need to think like one. Imagine this. Imagine that you live in an apartment near a big park. And a lot of people use the park for jogging and playing games and many other things. It's a nice park. But there's a criminal element that seems to have targeted the park, and people seem to be getting attacked. And let's say that you're concerned about getting attacked. So you go a couple blocks away, there's Kung Fu or an MMA. Let's say it's MMA. And you take a class and you learn MMA strikes, you learn punches, you learn throws, you learn arm bars and locks, you learn all this stuff. You learn all the, and then in some places in the United States, you might even go learn to shoot a gun, or you might learn other kind of fighting techniques. Why are you learning all this stuff? Well, because you want to go to the park and attack other people. I'm just kidding. You're not learning it to attack. You're learning it to defend. How does it work? I go into the park one day and somebody comes up to me and throws a punch. Whoa, I learned how to block that. I know exactly what to do. They try to grab my arm and I take and reverse their wrist and they're down. And I get on my cell phone and I call 911 and I say, I have a criminal right here. He can't move. Please come get him, right? Because I know how punches work. I know how holds work. I know what to do. And so I can defend myself. Same thing with ethical hacking. We're not going down to the ethical hacking dojo to learn skills so that we can go attack people. We're going down to the ethical hacking dojo so we can learn how an attacker throws a punch, right? So how they do a scan, how they are able to subvert a DLL and get a terminal window. We're learning how they do all that stuff. Why? Because if we know how they do it, then we can defend it on our network. We can block their attacks, just like you would if you picked up some MMA somewhere or some Kung Fu somewhere, right? So organizations are looking for people like you who can become ethical hackers, because people like you who can become ethical hackers can prevent hackers, attackers, threat actors from gaining access to organizations' information systems. Ethical hackers can provide measures to avoid security breaches. Ethical hackers can look through the network, discover vulnerabilities, avoid security risk. Ethical hackers can safeguard customer data. Ethical hackers can strengthen organizations' security posture, enhance security awareness. This is why, in some cases, criminals that have served their time and had as their primary task, for instance, breaking in buildings, are hired to prove the physical security of buildings. The criminal knows how to break in buildings and can say, oh, no, this is the wrong kind of lock to use for that. Oh, wait a minute, there's a gap here. You can turn air upside down and trigger this alarm. They could tell you what to do. So ethical hacking is necessary. We need to learn the way that an attacker does it, and that way we can stop them. So with ethical hacking, we try to answer the following questions. Number one, what can an intruder see on the network? Right? So a regular organization may not ever think about that, but an ethical hacker does. That's the reconnaissance and scanning phase. The ethical hacker will try to also answer, what can they do with that information? I can see web servers, I can see hosts, I can see operating systems in the gaining access and maintaining access phases. The ethical hacker asks, does anyone at the target organization notice that somebody is attacking it? That's the reconnaissance and covering track phases. The ethical hacker will try to answer question number 4 too, which is, are all the components of the information system adequately protected? Are they updated? Are they patched? An ethical hacker will know that by scanning every part of the network. The ethical hacker will also answer question number 5. How much time and effort and money are required to obtain adequate protection? So if you have a customer, and let's say that they're running Windows Server 2003 domain controllers, and they're running Windows 7 hosts, and they're out of date, patched, and really you're going to have to replace everything. You need to replace the entire network. It may cost too much money to even get started on the network. I've actually worked with small organizations that are sort of like that. Number 6, the ethical hacker will try to answer this question: are the information security measures in compliance with legal and industrial standards? So we might say, hey, as an ethical hacker, one of the things I did was scan your Microsoft SQL Server database, and I found that as somebody who has implemented HIPAA or somebody who's implemented PCI DSS, your database is out of compliance. I might tell them that and save them potentially millions of dollars. So ethical hacking, again, very necessary. So what's the scope and limitation? So the scope is very important to have ethical hacking for risk assessment, very good for auditing, computer fraud, getting to best practices for information systems. What else is it used to do? Identify risks, highlight actions that are needed to remediate the vulnerabilities and the risks that the ethical hacker finds. Also, to reduce the costs of ICT resolving vulnerabilities, right? We want to make sure that our information security is cost effective as possible. So it can do quite a lot, but there are limitations to ethical hacking. For if there's a business, unless they already know what they're looking for and why they're hiring an ethical hacker in the first place, if they don't know what they're doing, they may not gain anything. So like, for instance, let's say that I get hired for an organization and because on some reason they've decided they need a pen test, but the organization does not have any staff that have the capability of applying any of the recommendations or understanding the methodologies, the reasons, and the output of the pen test, then really it's worthless. It's worthless, except for maybe to the pen tester. If they get paid, that's fine, but the organization is not going to be able to benefit from it. So they can only help them to better understand their security system, but it's up to that organization to place the right safeguards. In other words, it's up to the organization to act. As a pen tester, as a hired ethical hacker, my purpose, I'm not hired to go through the organization and fix everything that I recommend. My purpose is to find the holes, find the security issues, report it with information on what to do about it, but not to do anything about it. I give them the report. And if they don't have the staff to fix it, then it is really limiting, right? Very limiting. So you want to be an ethical hacker, do you? Well, you're going to need some technical skills, knowledge of environments like for operating systems, Windows, Unix, Linux, Mac, in-depth knowledge of concepts, technology related to hardware and software. Like, for instance, I always encourage, and let me just kind of dispel a few rumors. So when I teach certified ethical hacker, I would say half to sometimes a majority of the students, for instance, don't know the layers of software. In other words, they don't have experience in databases like MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle. So if they were asked, they could not put together and manage a database server, right? They don't have experience in software. So they're not developers. So I can't say, hey, can you write a C# program, C++, or a C, or some other type of Python program? They don't have experience in programming. And also, very often, they don't have experience in web services. So they're not familiar with the infrastructure, locations, capabilities, and interfaces of things like IIS, which is Microsoft's web server, and Apache, which it runs usually on Linux or Unix, and stuff like Nginx. They haven't used web servers. They haven't used databases. They haven't programmed. So if you don't have those skills, don't feel that you cannot be an ethical hacker. In fact, if you want to, you can type in something like Python web server or something like that into YouTube and use the keyword full course. And you can find a little 3-hour course on YouTube that'll have you programming in Python and creating your first website in 3 hours, right? So you can gain the skills you need to be an ethical hacker. And one of the biggest steps that you can take in order to do that is to take this course. So you're on the right track, right? So you get the knowledge. You have become a computer expert. the more you can know. Like for instance, if you can understand how to use Active Directory, how to use Windows, how to use Linux, how to use third-party tools, how to use the built-in tools of operating systems. Knowledge about security areas, related issues, understanding, for instance, one of the areas that I really like to make sure that people understand is protocols and ports. How do computers communicate? How, step by step, does one host on one network communicate with another host on another network? How does it really happen behind the scenes? What's going on? Having that type of technical knowledge, functional knowledge of how applications work, how database servers work, how operating systems work, and how the network infrastructure works. How does a switch or a VLAN work? How does a router work? How does data get routed from one network to another? How does the internet work? How are route tables exchanged between internet routers? I mean, it goes on and on and on. And one area that we don't even talk about very much, but that there is a hacking area in this too. Mainframes, hacking AIs, hacking automated systems, and so on. So the more technical knowledge you can gain, the more sophisticated attacks you can do, the better you can be for your organization. Now, the best way to be able to gain these skills is to have these non-technical skills. And the first one is the ability to learn. So if you're taking this class, obviously you have the ability to learn. That's actually pretty cool. Another one too that can be learned is a strong work ethic, because you're going to have to solve problems and communicate. And that's an area too that can be learned. Like for instance, if I'm going to be a pen tester, one of the surprising things I need to know is how to write. Why? Because I'm not going to get paid if I don't turn in the report to the organization. So I have to make a report and write about what happened, what I found. And guess what? That can be learned too. I can go to YouTube and type report writing or writing pen test reports or whatever, and I can learn how to write reports. Also, I need to be committed to the organization's security policies, right? If I'm working for an organization and I say, you know what, these security policies, they're ridiculous. I'm not going to do that. I shouldn't be working there. You should get out of there. Ethical hackers should not work in that environment because you need to be committed to the organization's policies and aware of local standards and laws. An ethical hacker is not a lawbreaker. An ethical hacker does hacking with permission. And so you need to know what the laws are and follow them. And even then, ethical hacking can get you in trouble. There are a couple of people that did pen testing. And with pen testing, ethical hacking, we talk about computers and we talk about protocols and programs. But there's another side to it, which is physical. So if you're doing a full report on an organization, you can look at how their organization interfaces with the internet and networks and so on. But then you want to find out if they have the ability to be broken into. And so there are a couple of guys in the state where I am, and no, it wasn't in my state. It was in another location. I can't remember where it was. And they broke into a city building. And while they're in the middle of breaking into the building, they got caught and they got arrested. As it turned out, they had a contract with the city to do a physical pen test on that building to determine if there were any physical security issues. But the municipality was told by the state that you don't have the authority to sign a contract for a physical pen test. And so while the state and the city argued, these two guys were jailed. They were in jail for several days. Actually, I think it was over a couple of weeks, more than a couple of weeks. And so even when you have it right, there can be issues. So you need to make sure that you study your situation and strong work ethic, skills, abilities, gather as much as you can. And also I would suggest focusing on one knowledge area at a time, right? So you're taking this class, focus on this. Once you've gone through all the labs and everything like that, and you decide, you know what, I need to learn a programming language, then focus on that. You know what, I need to learn Apache web server, then focus on that. So do one at a time, layer it on until you become the best possible ethical hacker. Let's start with section 1, defining the threat and threat sources. And so what is a threat? Now, a threat, if you look at the word in the definition here, is potential. So this has not happened yet. The potential occurrence of what? An event. But the event is undesirable. We don't want whatever this is to happen. Could be a security breach of some sort. It could be a software breach. It could be an intrusion into the network. And the reason I use those examples is because that potential occurrence can damage or disrupt the operation and functional activities in the organization. So we really want to avoid that potential issue. And so what attackers, cyber criminals do is they use threats to infiltrate systems, steal data, and data like your personal data, your customer data, credit card data, financial information, passwords, and usernames. And that's how the attacker uses the threat. So threats come from multiple locations. And most of the time, we are focused right over here on the intentional threat. But let me tell you that there are unintentional threats. Like, for instance, fires, floods, and power failures. There have been many organizations that have had their organization, their building, in, let's say, California, where there's a wildfire, and the wildfire burns their organization down. That was a threat. In fact, it was worse than maybe even if they had been attacked by a criminal, a terrorist, or a hacker, right? Or there's another organization that has their organization on a 100-year floodplain. Well, the 100 years is up on average, and they can get their whole first floor where their IT area is flooded. You've had power failures. I remember just the other day, I was sitting in my office and at my home studio, and all of a sudden I heard clicking noises, and I looked out of my office and the power went out, and then it came back on. It was a short power outage, but fortunately I had uninterruptible power supplies for everything in my office except for my printer, and didn't lose any data. But a power failure can cause you to lose hard disks, hard drives, SSDs, flash drives, and actually lose data and affect your organization. We also have unintentional, like an unskilled administrator. You know, I've been a network and system administrator for many different jobs over the decades. And there have been times when I have broken something because of lack of skill, accidentally. Oops. Most of the time I fixed it before anyone found out. Oh, you shouldn't have deleted those 20 users. Restore users. Okay, whew, the users are back. No one will notice. Hopefully no one was trying to log in. I don't remember specifically deleting 20 users, but items like that where it's an accident or you did something wrong. There was a network engineer for an organization that had a big cloud. As far as I know, they still exist. This happened probably in 2016 or 2017. And this network engineer, system engineer, for this cloud provider had written a script. The script was purposed to reboot a server. He ran the script and it rebooted all of the servers in the data center. Can you imagine that? So if you imagine some servers require stacks of operation, and so if they all reboot at the same time, you can't all bring them back up at the same time. You have to do very careful operations. It costs a lot of damage. And that organization, rather than firing him, asked themselves, what is wrong with our organization that one engineer can reboot all of the servers in a region, and they rework the way they have their company? So very interesting. So there could be an accident. I have accidentally deleted files or folders, or moved files or folders, or lazy or untrained employees who just, I don't feel like really doing what I need to do, or they are unskilled or accident prone because they haven't been trained. And I've worked for many organizations where there is no training. It's just sink or swim. And I've worked for other organizations where there is unbelievably great training. And I'm glad that you're in this class. That shows that you're getting the training, and you're going to be moving out of this area eventually, maybe. I think that at any level, it's possible to make a mistake and fall into an unintentional threat. But what we're going to focus on most is the intentional external. There is intentional internal, where an employee is fired. I've been in jobs before where I wasn't fired, but I left the organization, and they out-processed me improperly. I still had keys and maybe even a card, and my account still worked. And if an employee gets fired and they still have some type of access, they can become a threat. A disgruntled employee, somebody who works for the company and they're just, they've had enough. They hate their manager or their boss, and they've had trouble with fellow employees. They can become a problem. Or a service provider, there's an organization that works closely with your organization providing some type of service, giving them access to maybe the network, maybe internal parts of your organization where they can get to equipment and computer systems. Or a contractor, same thing, where they have access to your organization. So that's a possibility. But really what we focus on in terms of ethical hacking is that external source, where we have threat groups, organized hackers, organized criminal gangs, terrorists that maybe your organization gets swept up in an attack of a lot of organizations by a terrorist, or maybe there's a foreign intelligence agent and you work for a United States government organization, and absolutely you're going to be targeted by foreign intelligence agents. Or you could work for another country and be targeted by the United States intelligence agents. There's a whole subtext of warfare always happening between nations. And then we have corporate raiders, right? We have an organization that would like to have the information about products that are being developed, about lawsuits that are happening, about all kinds of information, because if you can get that information as an organization, as a corporation, that can help get you ahead of the other organization or another corporation. And so we see corporate to corporate type of attacks, nation to nation type of attacks, organized hackers, organized attackers, and every once in a while a one-off attack or a lone wolf attacker, where you hardly ever see that today, attacks an organization. So these are the threat sources. These are where threats come from: natural, unintentional, and intentional. We focus mostly in ethical hacking in intentional external threats. Let's have a look at malware. What is malware? Malware is just software. All right, so you think of a piece of software like that's used very often, and probably one of the most used pieces of software in the world is Microsoft Word, where you can write yourself a document, a paper, put together a resume, or Excel, or Adobe they make PDF, right? So you can create PDFs. These are all just normal software. Malware is software that's written for the intent of destruction, of cracking into systems, of destroying data, of exfiltrating passwords or whatever it is. So malware is malicious. It's built to damage. It's built to disable, or sometimes to get full control of a system to somebody. And so it is for the purpose of theft, fraud, killing systems, stealing data, destroying organizations. So malware programmers, they use it to attack, for instance, browsers. You can attack a browser and track websites visited. That's a very kind of a simple piece of malware in some cases, to slow down systems and degrade performance. So this malware doesn't steal anything or crack anything. It's bothersome. Or to actually cause hardware failure. There's classes of malware, specifically fraudulent firmware updates that can brick a system, rendering the computers inoperable and as useful as a brick or a boat anchor. There are also pieces of malware that are written to steal personal information. They have special coding in them that search out different types of personal information, scrape that out of the data that's available on systems, metadata, etc., and more. There are so many different types of malware. So how does it get onto a system? Well, you could be on your phone and get malware. You can be on your tablet and get malware. You can be on your laptop or your desktop and get malware. So let's say that you are on your laptop and a Facebook Messenger alert comes in, and it's from a friend of yours. And the friend who you communicate with fairly often has sent you a message that says, "Have you seen this?" ? And there's a link. And somebody clicks on the link, and all of a sudden it's malware. If you ever get an instant messenger message from a friend, let's put that in quotes because they're not always friends. Sometimes they're just people that you allowed into your social network. You get an instant message and it says something like, "Have you seen this?" or "Check this out." You always need to reply to your friend, "Did you send me a link? Did you send me this link?" And sometimes your friend's going to say, "Oh no, I think I've been hacked." That's happened to me many times. Other times they'll say, "Yeah, this one's about," and they'll talk to you about it, right? So instant messenger applications, portable hardware media devices. You pull up at your office in your vehicle, you get out, it's a nice day. Wow, it's kind of cool this morning. And as you're walking to the office, whoa, what's that? There's a package. And the package is a flash drive that's brand new, hasn't been opened. It's 256 gigs. Wow, this is cool, a flash drive, 256 gigs. Wow, I wonder how, I guess somebody dropped it on their way in, and you bring the flash drive in, you plug it in to your computer system, and it's not a new flash drive. No, an attacker has loaded auto-running malware onto the flash drive, and now your system is dead, or toast, or hacked, or whatever, and that's a removable device. Number 3, browser and email software bugs. Well, you know the browser has been saying, "You need an update, you need an update," but I've been busy, I don't feel like closing all the 80 different tabs I have open, and then I go to a website and all of a sudden I'm in trouble. Why? Because my browser had a flaw that could have been updated, but I never got around to it in order to update that flaw. Or email and my email client software bugs, untrusted sites and freeware. Have you ever been to downloads.com? Yeah, so have I. I've downloaded many things from downloads.com, and yes, I've been burned. I was in a hurry. That was my first problem. Second problem was I needed to do something on a workstation. The workstation was running a Windows Server version, so it did not have a built-in DVD, CD burning software, but I knew that there was a CD, DVD burning software that I had used before in the past. So I quickly went to one of those free download sites, probably downloads.com or related, downloaded the software, the brand, the name that I knew. It's freeware to help me burn a DVD or CD for a customer, client, or something like that. And I went through the setup very quickly, and right away I noticed there was a problem because I had other software that got installed on my system that looked like a pup. Do you know what a pup is? A potentially unwanted program. Either way, I had to remediate the system. I remediated the system, got rid of the pups, got rid of the extra software, the spyware, whatever else it installed on my system. And then I went to a sandbox. There is a really cool program called Sandboxy. Sandbox IE is the name of the program, the app. And I opened up the installer in Sandbox IE, and I found out that the installer, the app that I installed had been wrapped by a new installer, and there was a choice, that next button that you hit next to install something. One of those nexts, there was a choice. I could have taken the check out of the box, and with the check in the box, it installed all kinds of extra stuff onto my system. So yeah, freeware, untrusted web applications, downloading your own software, installing it, you can get in trouble. Downloading files from the internet, sort of the same thing-ish. Email attachments. Somebody opens up an email. The email has an attachment, and it's just a Word document from a colleague, or somebody has an interesting thing to show you, a picture or whatever, and lo and behold, it's malware, or like you saw with what I was talking about with that piece of software that I had that installed other software, right? So another aspect of malware is it can do what's called beaconing. With beaconing, the malware says, hey, I've installed on a system and it's great here. Everybody else, come on over. And it sends out a signal to command and control services and other types of communication on the internet. And you can get other malware from installing one piece of malware. Also, Bluetooth. There is the possibility, and there are pieces of malware that are built to do this, to propagate Bluetooth to Bluetooth to Bluetooth. And of course, if you're running Wi-Fi, you can get malware through Wi-Fi networks. So many different ways. And I'll tell you what, attackers are being more and more innovative in the way they can deliver malware to your system. Very important that we understand this and we know how they do it, so that we can defend against it. All right, so some common techniques they might use to distribute it on the web, right? So some of these are very interesting. Like for instance, black hat search engine optimization. SEO is search engine optimization. If you are working for an organization that has a web presence, one of the goals of these organizations is SEO. Especially if you have products that you sell on the web. And what SEO does for you is it helps to get your advertisement as close to the top as possible. But an attacker who's written some type of application that's going to infiltrate, destroy, or whatever, it's a piece of malware, they can do the same thing with their piece of malware. And so when you type in a search term into Google, there's an ad on top that looks interesting. You click on it and boom, you have been hit by malware. Also, social engineered clickjacking, where they trick you into clicking on innocent looking web pages. Hey, this is just a little pop-up. They have something that looks interesting to you and you click on it. Malware. There's spear phishing, where they're going to target using legitimate looking institutions. And in this case, they're very often trying to steal your login credentials. And then there's malvertising. This is like black hat SEO, but it's more general. With malvertising, there's an embedded malware in ad networks that gets to go to through hundreds of legitimate looking high traffic sites. One of those links is not like the others. You click on it and you have malware. There are also legitimate websites that could have be compromised by scripts and malware embedded. What the purpose is to get to unsuspecting visitors. They're drive-by downloads. A drive-by download is unlike most compromised websites. They are compromised, and there's a script that attracts you to click on a button. It could even be something like error on the site, or oops, something happened, and you click on a button to close it. But when you click on the button to close the little pop-up, you're actually clicking on OK, essentially, to run the malware. But in a drive-by malware, drive-by download type of exploit, there's a flaw in the browser. Maybe the browser hasn't been updated in 6 months or something like that. And that browser flaw, just by downloading that web page, just by visiting that web page, you get hit by malware. And then there's spam. We all get spam and in this unwanted email, but this spam has some type of enticement for you to click on a link, and boom, that's where the malware gets you. What is in malware anyway? What's in the mix of malware? There are components of malware. Now, if you look at the list of these components, all malware has some of these components, but most malware does. I don't think of any malware that has all of these components. All right, so this is a mix of potential components depending on the writer of the malware. They'll have some of these things. Let's look at each one. The first one we have is a cryptor. It's actually a cryptor. What it does is it tries to make sure that the malware is not vulnerable to analysis. Right. So what happens is people like you, network system engineers, ethical hackers, what we do is we take the malware sample that we find on a system, we take the executable and anything related to it into a malware analysis lab, and we take it apart to find out what it does. And what the author of the malware doesn't want us to do is precisely that, reverse engineer or analyze it. So what they do is they have protections in the code to make it more difficult for me or you to see what's going on inside it. And that protection is it's not 100% encryption like AES or something like that, but it does try to obfuscate, like an obfuscator, right? Concealing the code. The obfuscator is very similar. Cryptors are a little bit more leaning towards actual encryption than obfuscators, but both of them are there to hide the internals of the code so that security mechanisms don't find it, won't remove it, and blocking you and me from reverse engineering and analyzing it. A downloader is a Trojan. So whenever you see the word Trojan, that means that it looks innocent. So let's say that you found a program that played solitaire online. It looks like a regular solitaire program, but it isn't. It's a piece of malware, right? So a Trojan looks innocent. So whenever you see that, remember that it's a piece of malware wrapped in an innocent-looking program. But what a Trojan does is it can download malware from the internet on the PC. And so in a downloader, you run that solitaire program, and as you're going through the install routine or as you're running it or whatever, it's calling to a command and control server and saying, hey, I found it, I'm installed, bring the rest of them. We also have droppers. This is another Trojan. Remember, innocent-looking program, but really what it does is it covertly installs other malware files in the system. So if I downloaded and began to install that solitaire program, instead of it changing and morphing into malware, instead it's going to, in the background, be making those calls, dropping that malware onto my system. Or an exploit. What is the exploit? This is something that virtually all malware has. There is a vulnerability on the system, in the browser. And the exploit is the code that breaches that vulnerability. So it uses the vulnerability to get through system security and install the malware. The next one is an injector. What this does is it injects code into, look at this, running processes. So if you do a Control-Shift-Escape on your computer, that will start Task Manager. And in Task Manager, you see all the running tasks. If you click on the Details tab after doing that Control-Shift-Escape, go to the Details tab, you see all the individual running processors with their PIDs, process IDs. And you take one of those processes and you inject code into that process. And what that code injection does is normally that process would run in a certain procedural methodology, but in this case, it jumps from one part of the execution around the main code to the malware and execute a piece of malware that's hiding in running processes, hiding to prevent removal because it looks like a normal running process. Then there's an obfuscator. We talked about that. There's a packer. This program allows you to bundle together. So if you want to put together a nice little Trojan, there are packers that you can use. And these are applications that are available all over the internet, all over the web. And what they do is they bundle together that malware executable using compression to bypass software detection from your anti-malware solution. Then there's the payload. The payload and the exploit work together. The payload allows the control over a computer that's been exploited. Again, look at exploited. So that we run the exploit, the payload is delivered, and once the payload is delivered, that allows us as attackers to do whatever we want. In some cases, it is control over that computer system, but all of it has at its core some type of malicious code. Right? It is a set of commands, a set of procedures, a routine, an application, a program that has functionalities built for stealing data and creating backdoors, among a host of other things. So with that said, all these components and I was telling you that a lot of these components exist in a lot of different types of malware. What types of malware are there? These are the types of malware. There are Trojans, a Trojan or a virus or ransomware. There can be computer worms, rootkits. There can be PUAs, potentially unwanted programs, or grayware, or PUPs, so potentially unwanted applications, potentially unwanted programs, grayware, same class of stuff. Spyware. There can be keyloggers or botnets or fileless malware. Let's take a look at some of these types of malware and focus in on what they do. Let's start with the idea of a Trojan. Like I was mentioning before, it is a program that has malicious code, right, in the inside, but it looks harmless, but it's going to cause damage. So what happens is the attacker creates that Trojan, and they have the attack software, the malicious files, they wrap it in an innocent-looking program, and then make it available over the internet, and the target of the Trojan opens it up, runs it. The Trojan can create a covert channel back into the command and control network of systems. The Trojan can just attack or transfer sensitive data, destroy stuff, all kinds of problems. So how do you know that your computer system, your device, has been attacked by a Trojan? Number one, you can have a blinking screen. You can even have a screen that flips upside down. There's actually a well-known piece of software, malware. It's kind of more of a joke, but it makes all the images on your screen actually melt, flip upside down, inverted, display backward. If you see anything like that, yeah, you probably are under attack. What else could happen? The default background, your wallpaper can change, or you can have web pages start opening up, pop-ups. I remember I was at a class like this because I was a system administrator and I was taking a class to upgrade my skills, just like you are. And I was sitting in a local classroom of and an instructor was standing up there teaching, and I was using everything he was saying to, it was something where it was a piece of software that helped control my network, install other pieces of software. And also, while the instructor was talking, I was opening up browser tabs and I was looking up stuff, and I clicked on a site, and all of a sudden, pop-ups started filling my screen. This computer system I was working on had no antivirus, and it took a long time to remediate that computer system. So yeah, pop-ups, web pages opening suddenly. Yeah, you may be under attack by some type of Trojan, or you can have color settings on your system changing, or maybe you have your antivirus program disabled. Oh man, you can't, wait a minute. I look in, the bottom right-hand corner of your screen where that little system tray is, and you look at your antivirus program and it's not there. It's not running. Oh, well, that's weird. So if you go to a antivirus website like avast.com, and wait a minute, you can't reach the site. You can't reach any antivirus websites. You may have malware on your system, or pop-ups with weird messages showing up on your system. You may be attacked by a Trojan or some other type of malware. So how do they use this? Number one, attackers will use Trojans to replace critical operating system files. So in your operating system, like for instance, mainly on a Windows system, under your Windows Windows folder, System 32, all that operating system information, you can take those and replace files with components of malware. So even though your operating system can still work, in actuality, some of those operating system files are part of the malware. You can record screenshots, audio, video, depending on the malware. You can co-opt the functions of that machine to send out spam, more malware. You can download other spyware, adware, other malicious files because of that beaconing I was telling you about before. Your firewall, antivirus can be disabled. Backdoors can be set up into the computer where the attacker has complete control over the system, steal personal information, passwords, security codes, encrypt data. Now, besides which one is it? This one here where the screen flickers or whatever. Most of this can be done behind the scenes with hardly a change in the operation of a computer system so that the attacker has complete control, but the user has no idea that some of this stuff or all of it is happening in the background. So if your organization has computer systems that have been attacked by a Trojan, very likely those Trojans are going to be using some of these ports. So this is just a slide that you can check out. Like Emotet, this has been around for a while, 2022, 80,443. Centespy, 11,000. Remote Grab, 7,000, etc. So what you'd want to do in your organization is scan to see if any of these ports all of a sudden become available or are in use. And if that's the case, you may be infected. You may have a Trojan running on that system. There are many different types of Trojans, including remote access. So these are actually called RATs, R-A-T, remote access Trojans, right? Backdoors, botnets, rootkits. So backdoors, rootkits, they give complete access at the root level or administrative level to an attacker to that system. And it's almost impossible to find the backdoor or the rootkit while the operating system is running. A botnet allows that system to be part of other systems that are being controlled by an attacker to attack other locations. E-banking waits till you go to a financial site and then attacks you. Point of sales usually going to be on a cash register. And really, these days, a cash register is just a PC running a point of sale application. And defacement, they change your system, they change websites, they do graphical changes to a system. And then we have service protocol and mobile for your phone and IoT Trojans and software disabler Trojans that'll take down your anti-malware, antivirus software, destructive Trojans that destroy data, delete things, crash your system, DDoS attack Trojans, again, making you part of that botnet, and then command shell Trojans, which gives the attacker the ability to get a shell, which would be a command prompt or a terminal onto a system so they can control part of the application, part of the operating system. So you're thinking, wow, that's horrible, all that attack and stuff. How do I create one? How do you create a Trojan? Well, I have the answer right here. Let's have a look. So there are Trojan horse construction kits. There are many of them. And the attacker can easily construct your own Trojan horse. There are many different tools that you can use. And the interesting thing is they're graphical user interface based tools. The Dark Horse Trojan Maker, the Trojan Horse Construction Kit, the Send a Spy Trojan Generator, the Batch Trojan Generator, the Umbra Loader Botnet Trojan Maker. So with all of these, you don't have to have a huge amount of programmatic experience. You don't have to be a perfect C programmer or great at any language. In fact, you just choose the option that you want. And then once you choose the options that you want, you hit Create Trojan, and it creates it for you. It's crazy. There's a Trojan called the Thief Rat Trojan, and it's a remote access Trojan, or a RAT, written in Delphi, and it attacks the system by means of port 9871, a very common, well-known Trojan. What is a virus? Well, a virus is a sophisticated piece of code. It's malware. A virus is self-replicating. It produces its own copy. It attaches itself to another program. So what it does is a virus requires a vector. A virus cannot, in and of itself, like a worm would be able to do, move from place to place. So the virus requires something else, like another program or a computer boot sector or document, some way that it can attach itself to, or use some other mechanism to send itself from one place to another. So viruses and worms are kind of like biology. A virus requires a vector, requires some way to be transported, whereas a worm will be able to infect a device right from another device, where you plug it into the network, and as soon as you do that, a worm will crawl out, so to speak, of the device it's in and infect other devices directly. Virus requires a distribution mechanism or some other way to spread it, but it does it very efficiently, just like in the real world. Viruses are transmitted through things like infected disks and file downloads and flash drives and email attachments and clicking on web links and clicking on links in chat windows and so on. So they have characteristics of ability to infect other programs, transform themselves, to try to evade detection, encrypt themselves, to try to evade detection, alter data, corrupt files, and make more copies of themselves, co-opt programs and other methods to send themselves to the next victim. So why would an attacker create a virus? To inflict damage on a competitor, to go grab some financial benefit, steal some money, find intellectual property and ruin it, vandalize it, even just prank someone. There are many different prank viruses out there. there are viruses that are written just to conduct research. In fact, one of the first viruses for Microsoft Windows, not Windows, but for Microsoft Office, was a research project. So what happened back in the, I remember it was around the 90s, early 90s. So 91, 92, 93. There was a time when Microsoft added a programmatic back end where you could do VBA, Visual Basic for Applications, to Microsoft Office. So it must have been around 92, 93 or something around there. There was a researcher, somebody who understood that this programmatic back end that Microsoft added to Office was dangerous. And back then, where there wasn't that much malware and there weren't too many viruses, it was very difficult for this researcher, this person who figured this out, to contact Microsoft. They tried to tell them, hey, this could be a problem. You need to make sure that you look into this. And they couldn't make Microsoft listen. So what the person did is he wrote a conceptual virus for Microsoft Office. And it didn't have a payload. In other words, if you opened it and ran it, it didn't do anything. But this became the concept virus. So if you were to go up right to open up a tab right now and go to Google or DuckDuckGo and type in concept virus space Wikipedia, you would see what I'm talking about. So later on, people said, oh, really? You can do that with Microsoft Office? And they took the concept virus and they put payloads in it. And from then, all kinds of Microsoft Office related viruses started filling the internet. Also, there's terrorism and political messages, and maybe they just want to damage your network. But very often, they want to gain remote access. So many different reasons for creating viruses. Now, how do you know if you have a virus? Besides your fever going up, oh no, that's just a regular virus. And in this case, on your computer system, you might have your CPU running so fast that other processes take time. So your computer's sluggish, running slowly. Maybe your computer beeps with no display. If that's the case, that's not very good, because your system has been so compromised that your operating system no longer works. Or maybe your drive label has changed. Or maybe your OS doesn't load. I think these number 2 and number 3 are kind of related. Or there are alerts popping up saying, hey, your computer is infected with viruses. Click here to remediate it. And in reality, that is where you get the infection. Your computer freezes, or you get BSODs. You know what a BSOD is? Yep, that's right. The blue screen of death, where your computer just stops and it gives you an error code and white text on a blue background. If you're running a Windows computer, you can get files that are missing. You can get your hard drive is just thrashing away. You can hear it just working at something, and you're not sure what it is. It could be that you have a virus on your computer system, or you open up your browser and it freezes. It just stops. Oh man, your browser window freezes. Or there are other weird browser things going on. These can all be indicators that you have a virus. So how does a virus work? Now, viruses in nature are a lot different than viruses on computer systems, because viruses on computer systems are designed by people. All the different species and classes and subspecies of viruses, somebody was in a computer programming session making it. So that's what we have. The first thing, they're using a programming language or a construction kit, and then the virus is distributed and begins to replicate itself. Well, it gets activated when somebody does something. You do some type of function. You click on a link. You run up that program, and the code gets executed by going into your CPU and memory and running, and then the virus, hopefully at some point, will be detected due to the IOCs of that virus. And once it's detected, it's incorporated into endpoint protection, antivirus software, and assimilate it into defenses, so the next time the virus comes by, your antivirus software will catch it. So users install antivirus updates, and it helps to eliminate the threat. So if you don't have a good antivirus program on your desktop, on your laptop, on your phone, you could be in trouble when a virus comes for you, and you could be the target of an execution of some type of damage routine from the virus. So how does a computer get a virus? Well, you can download a file. You can click on an email attachment. I've had some crazy emails in the past. Have you seen emails that they look enticing? They are wanting you to click on something. I got an email recently, just very recently, saying that I needed, by corporate standards, to update my Bitdefender, and that I might be liable for not doing so if I didn't click here. And it was pretty easy to figure out. You just take the link and look at it, and it's not anything to do with updates or anything. It was a bad email. There are other emails, like for instance, there was one that was going around 2018, 2019. Some students recently told me that it's really going around in their location, but it's one that says it uses your email address, and it's from, let's say your email address is, or let's do my email address, kevinking@xyzcorp.com, right? It says from kevinking@xyzcorp.com to kevinking@xyzcorp.com. And it says, kevinking@xyzcorp.com, we have found that you have been surfing porn. We are hackers. We have access to your camera. We have access to your screen and your microphone. And we have recordings and screenshots of you surfing porn. Just to show you that we're hackers, here's some information about your website. You used to live at 123 North Main Street in Poughkeepsie, Washington. And they give you a couple of information about yourself from, places you lived or something like that. And it says, if you don't send us money, we will take those screenshots and the information we recorded and send it to every one of the email addresses on your address list, right? We're serious. We're hackers. In reality, it's just fake, but somebody can respond to that type of spam. There are emails that are being sent to people that are just as enticing, that don't just want you to pay money, but they want you to click on a link that will download and install virus software, malware onto your system. And they're getting more and more sophisticated. One thing that happened just a little bit earlier this year was there was a release of 800 million records from LinkedIn. So for people who have LinkedIn accounts, it wasn't passwords, it was data. So for instance, I have a LinkedIn account. You might have a LinkedIn account. And so in terms of what you're doing for projects at work, interactions with other people on LinkedIn, badges that you have, whatever you do with your LinkedIn account, that information is now out because of API issues with LinkedIn. And so somebody can use that information to concoct a very realistic campaign and entice you to click and get the attachment, and you are infected. Not good at all, right? Or you can head over to a site, which I don't recommend unless you are more of an expert, and you can put it into some type of a safe location, like a VM, firewalled off. The Pirate Bay. The Pirate Bay has pirated software. There are other places in the dark web and other locations where you can download pirated software. And maybe you think that you got away with the Adobe suite. Or maybe you do another piece of pirated software that has a cracked key. And instead, it's compromised by some type of virus. Happens all the time. Try not to steal software, and you should be a little bit more safe in that way. No updating. So you might not update your computer system because there are people who are paranoid and they think that Microsoft is pushing updates to spy on them. There are other people who just don't get around to it. But either way, if you're not updated, you are open to attacks. Not running the latest antivirus application and updating that antivirus application, clicking on ads, clicking on things randomly, using a portable media that you don't know where it's been. You found it in the parking lot, like we were saying a little bit earlier, or maybe you find portable media in a location. One of the things that I like to do is one type of hacking class that I teach. EC Council has a cool little hacking device called the Storm. And one of my roles is to go around the country teaching how to use this hacking device, how to do basic hacking with the Storm. As it turned out, one of my Storm classes, one of my students hacked me, and I didn't even notice. What they did is they uploaded malware into one of my, not a flash drive, but it was a USB antenna dongle. And so when you plug that antenna dongle into a PC, the malware works. So somebody had a good hack. And I didn't even notice it for probably about 1.5 years, maybe 2 years, because I hardly ever use that antenna dongle. Plug it in, and all of a sudden, the network goes crazy. And I'm like, why is the oh, wait a minute. I use this in my Storm classes. Sure enough, one of my students hacked me. Or it could have been an attacker in the hotel that I was in or something like that. But it was portable media, portable dongles, anything that has any bit of storage capacity in it can be attacked. Connecting to untrusted networks, like I did in my Storm class, right? We use untrusted networks all the time. You could be in a hotel, you could be in McDonald's, you could be in Starbucks, and you don't know what the network is you're connecting to. You know how easy it is to create a fake network that looks just like McDonald's, Starbucks, or the hotel, and the attacker can use that to get viruses and other malware into your computer system. What types of viruses are there? Wow, there's a lot of them. There are boot sector viruses, file and multi-part viruses, macro and cluster and stealth and encrypting and sparse vector viruses and polymorphic viruses and metamorphic viruses and overriding file or cavity viruses. And by the way, these are really interesting because they shove themselves into cavities in normal files where there's extra space, and they just hide out in those little cavities. And there's camouflage and shell execution and FAT. FAT is file allocation table. It's the low level of a disk, and there are not just FAT, but exFAT and others. Logic bombs means that it'll trigger when certain events happen, and there are scripting viruses, and there are email and armored and add-on and intrusive and direct action and transient and TSRs, terminate and stay resident viruses. These are viruses that are like, they run like a background process, just running all the time, waiting to attack under certain types of situations. Crazy, the amount. These are types. And then under each one of these types, there are huge numbers of viruses and even subtypes of these viruses. So how you're thinking, wait a minute, so many viruses, how do I create my own? Oh yeah, it's time for you to create your own virus. Actually, this one is not that virulent or bad. It's just a general example. So if you look at this code over here, what is this? If you've never seen anything like this, if you are on a Microsoft system and you open a command prompt, there are things that you can type in the command prompt that are pretty interesting in terms of writing scripts, and so on. And this is one of them. There's a lot of stuff this does here, but the first thing it does is echo off, which means don't display it to the screen. But if you look at the very end, there is a command that says del, which is short for delete, whack windows, whack star. And I'm using the term whack because that's what we used to say instead of backslash. So what it does is now it says delete everything in the Windows folder. That's what the payload. That's what the goal is of this piece of this little scriptlet, this little segment of programmatic language here. So what are we going to do first? First, we're going to take that little piece of code. We're going to convert it to a game.com, right? In this thing called bat2com, which you can download and use anytime you want. And then we send game.com as a file attachment. Man, hey, check this new game out. And then the person hits the link, or actually it's going to be an attachment in this case. It copies itself to the batch files in the current directory and deletes all the files in the Windows directory. So there you go. You have a virus now. Go ahead and propagate it onto the internet. I'm just kidding. This is not a really crazy virus or anything like that. It's just an example. There are virus writing programs. There are virus maker tools that do far worse than this one. And this one would probably be stopped by many different mechanisms. So if you want to create a virus that's better than the batch file that we saw in the previous slide, there are tools like Delmi's Batch Virus Maker. This one is Behaven's Virus Maker, a software kit. Deadly Virus Maker, Sonic Bat, Terabit, and many others. This is a picture here of JPS Virus Maker. Let's zoom in on JPS. There's our zoom function. Look at all the stuff you can. Disabling the registry, time, disabling group policy, locking them. Look at the right side, locking the mouse and the keyboard, hiding the taskbar, locking the screen, muting sound. You can make the system hibernate. You can make it restart, and it does a line on the bottom, or turn off. And you can give it its own name, right? After install, server name to contact, etc. And then, but when you're ready, you just click on the Create Virus button, and bada boom, your virus is made, and all you have to do is decide how you want it to run. So all of these different virus makers, very easy to create viruses that do even more functions than JPS, and use that to infect computer systems. The next type of malware we're going to talk about is ransomware. I bet you that you probably have heard of ransomware. What ransomware does is it will run on a computer system, and it will find all the file types that people commonly use for day-to-day work, and it will encrypt every single file of that file type. And then it will put a splash screen on your system that says all of your computers, I'm sorry, not your computers, but all of your files have been locked. And if you want your files to be unlocked, send us money, that ransom payment. So let's say that you freak out and you really need your data, and there's no way that you could think of to get your data back, so you send money to the attacker. The attacker sends you an unlock process. Your system is unlocked, and you have access to your files. Now, I like this going down a different path. Here's the path I like. The attacker, it's email, or it's let's say I accidentally click on a link on a website, and my antivirus for some reason doesn't catch the ransomware. The ransomware takes all my files and encrypts them, and there's a message. And what I'd like to say is, forget about you, ransomware attacker guy, and just reimage my system and upload my files from backup. That's what I'd rather do, right? Rather than paying money. But in order for that to happen, guess what? You have to be ready for ransomware. Like, for instance, one way to be ready for ransomware is there are some cloud storage solutions that will revert your files for you. So let's say that all the files that are used on a day-to-day basis are on a cloud storage solution. Like, for instance, Dropbox is one of them. And I get ransomware. It locks all my files on my computer system. It locks all the files on Dropbox, but everything's backed up to Dropbox. So what I do is I re-enter my computer system, reinstall all my apps, or have a nice image that already has everything done that I took yesterday. And then I go to Dropbox and I say, Dropbox, all of my files on Dropbox have been locked. can you please revert to yesterday? And the Dropbox company says, hey, you're paying me $100 a year. I'll go ahead and do that for you. And they will revert the files to how they were yesterday. And now my computer system is back to where it was yesterday. And I can just tell the ransomware people to, you use the whatever words you want to angrily scream at them. So it's much better to be prepared than to just end up having to pay, which encourages them to do that to other people and companies. So ransomware, here's a pretty bad piece of ransomware called Dharma. It's dreadful. Dharma attacks through email campaigns. And there's a little ransom note asking them to contact the attacker, the threat actor, and pay in Bitcoin. So let's just zoom in on the Dharma example here. All your files have been encrypted due to a security problem with your PC. Yeah, right. It's not. The security problem is that your antivirus didn't catch this horrible malware, right? So if you want to restore them, write us to the email, and it gives you the address, and write the ID, and in case of no answer in 24 hours, so it gives you 24 hours to do it. You see it's kind of written in a stilted English, and using Bitcoin just shows you how to do it and get them what they want. There are, so many species, classes, subspecies of ransomware these days. Look at this. These are some of the families. Cerber, CBT Locker, Skibby, I don't even know how to pronounce it, Skibby, BitPaymer, Cryptex, CryptoBit, that one's really bad. CryptoLocker, that's also pretty bad too. Crypto Defense, all these are pretty bad here. CryptoWall, right? So these are pretty bad pieces of malware. I don't know if you or your organization have been hit by any of these ransomware families and have to make that decision. Am I going to start over from scratch, or am I going to cough up the money and encourage this system? It is a, sometimes you would call this a Hobson's choice. Neither one of them works. A lot of these malware, ransomware attackers will focus on specific easy targets like municipalities, like small cities, schools, etc. So either way, it's very important to protect yourself from ransomware. The other type of malware I want to talk about is computer worms. Now, remember, in contrast to a virus, a worm will independently, it doesn't need any vector. Just like a worm in the real world, you dig up some soil, the worm says, oh man, you just dug up my house, and it crawls out of that and burrows back in. It moves by itself. It doesn't require something else like a biological virus would. Same here. It'll spread across the network connection. And let's go back here. See this ransomware? Ransomware is increasingly wormized. Wormization or wormize, these are new words to the IT English lexicon, where you take a program that only runs on one system, give it characteristics whereby if it's on a network, it can propagate itself through that entire network. So now, if somebody had ransomware and it appears on their system with something like this file, this splash screen that says all your files are encrypted, rather than just staying on one system, this ransomware has been wormized, meaning that now it's going to start popping up on other systems in the entire subnet because it travels like a worm rather than waiting for those people to click on a link, waiting for those people to download software. It just follows the network and pops up on other systems. Wormized ransomware is pretty bad stuff. So worms can consume available resources. They don't need human interaction. They have extremely powerful payloads. They can install backdoors and do many other types of malicious activity on computer systems. So those are worms. Now with worms, like I was saying, they're different from a virus. They replicate on their own. They are able to use memory, use ports, use the network. They don't attach themselves to other programs like a virus would attach itself to your email system, right, to email themselves out. The worm just needs a network. All it needs is a network, and takes advantage of all the transport through IP and TCP and transport protocols that are available on your network, automatically spreading and infecting the entire network. Virus doesn't do that. If you look at a worm, one of the first things that you might ask yourself is, how do I make one of those for myself? Right? If you want to make one for yourself, this is the Internet Worm Maker thing. Look at it's version 4. This thing has been around for a while. So if you want to make an internet worm, the Internet Worm Maker thing, and I would encourage you to make a worm in your lab, iLabs, right? You don't want to make worms and spread them on the internet. You don't want to be a black hat attacker. Rather, you want to use this just for research and understanding purposes. But look at all the different categories that you can put together and customize the worm on the Internet Worm Maker thing. There are other worm makers like Batch Worm Generator and C++ Worm Generator and even more. But if you are, let's say that you finish this class and you go into the Certified Ethical Hacker class, and then you pass your CEH and you become a CEH master, and then you go to CPEN. You just, after 3 or 4 years, you're pretty good at this stuff. And let's say that now you're a consultant and you're being asked by your client, hey, look, what we really want to see is if we're vulnerable to malware. So what we want you to do when you attack our system and study what the response is we want you to create a worm. We want you to use a worm. If you're going to do that, don't use Batch Worm Generator. Don't use C++ Worm Generator. Don't use the Internet Worm Maker thing, because your customer has endpoint protection, and all of these batch worm or virus makers, they have TTPs. They have a little thumbprint where the endpoint protection knows how malware created with this looks. And so it'll probably be caught. So if you are a pen tester and one of the items that you want to do is create a worm or create a virus, you need to create a novel virus. Novel meaning brand new, never seen before. So you would get maybe a program in C. You can actually create a pretty good worm or a virus even in Python, but it's much better to do it in a much lower level language, and then propagate the worm in their network in something that you created brand new. In fact, you might want to measure the response time of the incident response team to a worm created by a worm generator, and the response time of the incident response team to a worm created in C by your dev team for your crew who does pen testing. So bottom line is, the worst worms, the worst viruses are the new ones that somebody codes and has never been seen before by antivirus, anti-malware, endpoint protection systems. Let's have a look at another class of malware, rootkits. The term rootkit, the root of the word rootkit is root. And what root stands for is the administrative access, the godlike access that somebody has on a Linux system. Rootkits are very special in that they hide. So if somebody has a rootkit running on my computer system right now, I wouldn't even know unless I did a scan for it. We'll talk about that in a moment. But it makes it so that even though that someone's doing malicious activities has full access to my system or to a server or a host. They can get there at any time they want. Even though that's happening, I can't tell. If I were to do a Control-Shift-Escape and look at the details of every process ID, anything just using memory or CPU, guess what? I would not see the rootkit. And so what they do is they replace parts of the operating system calls, utilities, modifying them with their own versions so that they can undermine the security. And so a typical rootkit has backdoors, DDoS, packet filters, log wiping, so you can't tell that they installed the rootkit, IRC bots, and all kinds of functionality hiding out completely so it can't be detected. So the attacker gets to my computer by, for instance, looking around and finding vulnerable computers and finding out, oh, there's one, it's vulnerable, or maybe wrapping it in like a Trojan, special package like a game, or installing it on a public computer through social engineering, making me click on something, or maybe a zero-day attack. They write their own code, never been seen before, and then launch it, and it might do privilege escalation, buffer overflows, or maybe exploit the Windows or the Linux kernel. But all of that, they want to get that rootkit on my system. Why? So they have unlimited access, tracking. They can mask other attacks. They can get access to any of the data on my system and potentially to other network connected systems. And they can actually use my system to store other malicious programs and use that to get to the rest of my network or other resources, or make my computer into a bot on another network. So rootkits can be pretty bad. So how do you know if you have a rootkit? We're going to look at some tools in a little while, but what happens is you need a good anti-malware software that can do a boot time scan. A boot time scan, your system reboots before your operating system loads. That is what you need to scan. So that's what a boot time scan does. Your operating system hasn't loaded yet. It can scan your operating system files, and it can scan memory, scan boot sectors, and so on to look for a rootkit or a backdoor, and that's when you catch it, before the operating system loads. Once the operating system loads, the rootkit or the backdoor is hidden so thoroughly that you won't be able to find it. Another type of malware is a PUA or a PUP. These are potentially unwanted. They're grayware. Sometimes they're called junkware. Often they don't do immediate harm, but other times they are potentially harmful because they will attract malware because of beaconing and other reasons. And so these are often installed when you install freeware. And you install the freeware, and all of a sudden you realize you have 2 or 3 other apps on your system that you really didn't want. And some of those apps can monitor, steal data, but mainly they're used for ads, maybe for downloading software through torrents. A lot of times they're used for marketing, or sometimes they can be used for crypto mining, and your computer system can mine some type of cryptocurrency because of a PUA. Or even a dialer. They are contacting other systems. So it's very important that your anti-malware, endpoint protection, antivirus scans for and removes PUPs, PUAs, grayware, and junkware. Adware in particular will give you unsolicited pop-ups. Hey, there's a sale, buy now, 50% off. Goes on and on, giving you all these things. They're annoying. Ads popping up on your computer system, lagging your hardware, maybe even crashing your system, taking your browser to a different advertising page, adding a new toolbar add-on to your browser, slowing your search. You have been infected by adware. And of course, if you have good endpoint protection, it can remove that adware. Another type of malware is spyware. What spyware does is it's a stealthy program, and it records everything that you're doing, sending it to an attacker-controlled web server. Maybe that's how you got the infection even, and hiding so you can't find where it is because they don't want you to know because they're spying on you. How do you get it? How do you get spyware? Well, you could do a drive-by download. So you go visit a site, and just by visiting the site, you get the spyware. Or it could say you go to a website, download the website, and on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, it could say, you've been infected. Click here to clear the infection. And then the user clicks there, and guess what? They get spyware installed on their system. There could be browser vulnerabilities, piggybacking on installations, Trojans, browser add-on. It could be a cookie issue. And what it's going to be doing in the background, stealing your personal information, sending it to the hijacker, monitoring your activity, displaying pop-ups, redirecting your web browser to advertising sites, changing default settings, changing your firewall settings. It can do quite a lot, spyware, all for the purpose of tracking everything you do. Another type of malware is a keylogger. A keylogger can be physical or logical. In other words, there is a dongle. In fact, right now, if you were to open up a browser tab, go to Google or DuckDuckGo and type in the term keylogger. From keylogger, go to shopping. In shopping, you'll find a list of keyloggers. What the keylogger does is, irrespective of whatever, anything, passwords, usernames, anything, I don't care if you have a VPN, no matter what, because it's right there at the driver of the keyboard, anything that the person types will be intercepted by the keylogger. And so they'll get everything. And the keylogger records every keystroke. Some keyloggers can go beyond that and at regular intervals capture screenshots. Also, they can track activities, Windows titles, check and monitor every application that's launched, open and closed, online activity, offline activity, login names, bank, credit. If you typed it on the keyboard, it'll capture it. If you're doing chat conversations, everything is recorded. Now, if the keylogger is a dongle, here's one of the problems. Is let's say that I work in a company, and every time I come in to work, I put my backpack down, and I sit at a computer system, and I use it, and then when I'm finished from work, I get my backpack and I leave. But my actual system, my actual computer, is underneath someplace or in a corner, and I can't see the back of it. Little do I know, but somebody stayed late after work who wants to spy on me, and they unplugged my keyboard, and they put in a very small little dongle, and they plugged it back in. So my keyboard is now completely compromised, and I don't even know. So here's one thing I would suggest is if you work in a place where you work in a cubicle, periodically pull your computer, and if it's underneath, get a flashlight or something, check to see if your keyboard is plugged directly into a USB port. If it's plugged into something else, somebody has been spying on you. So always check that keyboard. But you also could get a keylogger that's software, and that's why you need anti-malware or endpoint protection on your system to make sure that keyloggers are caught and destroyed. All right, so a botnet. A botnet is a collection of computers that have been compromised that connect to the internet and are controlled by an attacker through a command and control center, or C2 or CNC, command and control, and they're used to attack other systems. So you might have somebody that has a computer and it's infected and they don't know it, but it's being used to attack Microsoft or attack Cisco or a government or a competitor or whatever it is, right? So that's what a botnet is, little piece of software running on a computer controlled by a crime syndicate CNC handler and attacker. So why do they use them? Well, they can use them to do DDoS attacks. A DDoS attack is a distributed denial of service. Denial of service means that we throw so much information at a service that the service isn't available. What's a service? Like a web service. A web server, the web server is no longer available because of the attack, consuming all the bandwidth of that victim. They can also use a botnet, use a sniffer to steal information from one botnet and use it against another botnet. So botnet against botnet. They can do keylogging because of the little botnet application that's running on that system and gather information. They can also spread new bots between systems, especially if the bot that's operating on that computer system is wormized. There's that word again, wormization. They can do click fraud by automating clicks, meaning that if I go visit certain websites, it'll automatically click on stuff. And even do en masse identity theft of all of the computer systems that have the botnet running on them. Craziness. Well, there's another class of malware called fileless malware. Now, over the age of time that malware has been available, it is usually a binary. What is a binary? A binary is an executable file. If you've ever double-clicked on a file and run that file in Windows, executed a file, that is normally how malware is put together. But with fileless malware, it doesn't require binaries running on hard disks, CPU, and RAM to run. Sometimes it's called non-malware. It infects legitimate software, so software that should be running. It's supposed to be running on the system. Legitimate applications that are supposed to be running on your computer system. It infects protocols that need to be on the system to communicate between other computer systems. And from there, it conducts its activity. So it's not running as an executable. Rather, it resides in RAM, only running in RAM. So it'll inject its malicious code into, like, for instance, something that you run every day, perhaps Microsoft Word or Flash or a PDF reader or PowerShell or JavaScript, things that normally run on computer systems. And often this is called living off the land. The malware is not a separate executable. Rather, it separates itself into multiple processes that are supposed to be on the system, and it runs from RAM. So why is fileless malware used in cyber attacks? Well, because it's very stealthy. Since there's not just an executable that you can find on the hard drive, it's very difficult to find fileless malware. And like I was saying, it lives off the land using default tools, default apps that are trustworthy, right? They're used all the time. And so it makes it much more difficult to detect and stop. How is fileless malware propagated? I bet you'll recognize a lot of this. Phishing emails. But there's more than that. Some fileless malware actually is wormized. It does lateral movement through networks and other contacts. It can manipulate the registry on Windows computers. There can be a legitimate app. The legitimate app has been infected by fileless malware. You download and install the legitimate app, and now you have fileless malware. They can inject the malware into running memory native applications that run natively on your system. Go to a malicious website or click on something that has a script. Many different ways to get fileless malware. How do you fight it? Make sure you have the latest anti-malware, antivirus software, and keep it up to date. Another type of attack that we've talked about before is Trojans. But in this case, we're not talking about getting attacked by them or using them. We're going to talk about some countermeasures. So some of these are going to be a priori, things that you should have known already all through time. And one of them is avoid opening email attachments that are received from unknown senders. Also, harden your systems. What does hardening mean? Hardening means that, well, we have this thing called the surface area of attack. What is the surface area of attack? It's the sum total of every port, every program, every application, every protocol that's running on a system. Every physical port, every physical interface on a system. To harden that system, we get rid of, close, block, remove everything that's not essential to the delivery of the service for which the machine was designed. So for instance, if I have a host machine, it's my laptop. If I'm not running, if I don't need a database on my system, I should delete the database. If I'm not using a web server, I need to remove it. If I don't need port 7532 or port 5528, I need to block and close those ports. Whatever I'm not using, whatever is not needed, I need to get rid of and close. That's called hardening. And that's what we're alluding to in the second point, is blocking all unnecessary ports, avoiding accepting transferred programs from instant messaging. Clicking on those links. Don't click on those links. Don't call those phone numbers. So harden. There it is again. Harden, weaken default configuration settings. Disable unused functionality, including protocols and services. That's part of hardening. For viruses and worms, and virtually all of these types of infections, install good antivirus software, scanning regularly, paying attention to the instructions. If you're downloading files from the internet, avoid opening attachments. Have a good backup. Make sure the backup, if possible, is air-gapped. An air-gapped backup is a backup that once the backup is finished, it's no longer part of the network, part of the system, and it's removed. So for instance, very, very simple example. Let's say that I have a small USB disk. I plug it into my system. I do my backup. Backup is finished. Backup was successful. Maybe I might try to do a quick restore to make sure it works. Yep, it works. I unplug that from the system. Air-gapped, right? So if I get infected, that backup won't get infected also because it's not even attached to any system. So make sure you air-gap it. There are more countermeasures that you can use. Like for instance, what about a rootkit? How do you take countermeasures to get rid of a rootkit, prevent a rootkit in some cases? Well, if you want to get rid of a rootkit, you really need to start from scratch, reinstalling your operating system and all your applications from a good, trusted source. Now, be careful. If you were imaging your systems, maybe the original image has the rootkit on it. Double check that. Make sure you know what that automated process that you use to install operating systems and applications are. Harden. Hey, there's that word again. Making that surface area of attack as small as possible. Harden it against attack, whether it's a workstation or a server or a device. Install good firewalls. Avoid logging in with administrative privileges. So actually what you should be doing on your PC, and what should happen with any organization on any server, is that anybody who signs in and logs in should log in with a regular user account. A user account cannot install software. A user account cannot add, remove, and delete applications from the device, but an admin account can. So essentially, you'll have two accounts, a user account and an admin account. Day-to-day operations, using Microsoft Word, going and visiting a website, stuff like that, you're a user. But let's say that you want to install a new app, and when you download the app, you double-click on it to install it, guess what happens? You get a UAC alert that says, I'm sorry, but you need to be an administrator in order to do that. And then what you do is you sign in with your administrator account, and then you run the install. That way, if you're logged in as a user, any potential rootkit, executable, binary, any code that tries to execute, you'll see it, and you'll have the opportunity to stop it from executing, because you actually have to log in as an administrator to allow it to execute. So nothing is going to stealthily install on your user account. So technically, on your laptop, on your desktop, on a server, you should be logged in as a user without any major privileges. For spyware, try and avoid using a computer system that's not entirely under your control. Like for instance, let's say that you and a roommate and a friend share the same computer system. No, don't do that, because one of them could have run into an area where they installed spyware. So try to avoid stuff that's not under your control. Adjust your browser settings for at least medium or higher in the internet zone to avoid certain types of spyware downloads. Also, suspicious emails, be very careful with those. Track your task manager. Periodically look at that Control-Shift-Escape I was telling you before. You can also get to the task manager by right-clicking on the task bar at the bottom of the screen in your operating system and click on Task Manager and check that periodically. Look to see if there's anything odd. Normally you won't see anything, but you never know. Check out your Microsoft configuration, and you're going to need anti-spyware software. So double check and see if your antivirus, anti-malware product actually does anti-spyware also. Most of the major ones do. What about PUAs and adware and pups and grayware and so on? What you can do is have whitelisted, trusted, authorized websites and then block the rest so you don't actually accidentally run into one of those sites. Also, read the EULA. Have you ever read a EULA? A EULA is an end user license agreement. If you haven't read a EULA, read one. Read one today. You can even look up EULAs online. What they are is an end user license agreement, and sometimes inside the end user license agreement, there will be little special gems. Like for instance, it might say, upon installing this software, and by doing so, you are allowing this company, whoever made the software, to install software from the following organizations for whatever purposes. It might say that right inside the license agreement. And since you didn't read it, you didn't know that you agreed to have pups and PUAs and grayware and stuff installed on your computer system. You agreed to it with that EULA. There have been many crazy things hidden in user license agreements. So when you have a chance, rather than just clicking accept on the EULA, say, all right, you know what, I'm going to take 5 minutes and at least skim this thing and look and see what it says. EULAs are a strange type of legal construct that you only ever see in software. Imagine this. Imagine that you had your stuff together and you're like, you know what, I'm finally going to do it. I'm going to buy a new car. So you walk onto the lot of the Tesla dealership. I'm just kidding, that's an oxymoron. But anyway, you walk onto the lot of someplace to buy a vehicle, and you purchase the vehicle, but before you can get the keys, they make you look at a vehicular driver license agreement. And you look at it, and it says the following. It says, the manufacturer of this vehicle assumes no liability for any manufacturing defects in the vehicle that may lead to any issues with the vehicle, up to and including engine failure, transmission failure, drivetrain failure, or any items located within or associated with the engine, transmission, drivetrain, tires, chassis, and it goes on listing all the parts of a car. And it says essentially that if it breaks, it's your responsibility, even if there was a manufacturing flaw due to negligence or due to lack of what it does. In other words, that's what a EULA says. A EULA says that if it breaks anything on your system, if there's a problem with it, it's you who's liable for it, not us. Can you imagine that? Let's say a Ford produces a car that has a transmission that creates a spark with the fuel system, and like 40% of Ford cars like blow up and everybody has to dive out of the vehicle. No lawsuit, you can't, because you signed the end driver agreement with Ford, and they're not liable for anything, right? So it's really weird. It's kind of an inverse of normally we say, you know what, you need to make a good product. You need to make a good product, and you need to be responsible for that product. That's not how it is with software. Almost anything you can imagine can be in that license agreement. And so I would ask you to take some time now and then and read through the license agreement. A lot of them have a lot of the same legal boilerplate information, but sometimes there's a little jewel in there that if you had not read through, you would not have known. Just one quick example of that. There was a website that somebody I knew was using. It was one of those sites where you can upload a picture, and you upload the picture and you can like change the picture, put like women will often use it to put, you put makeup and you can slap a hairstyle on the picture and so on. But in the agreement that you click OK on, if you read through it, it gives that company complete control over your device. Also, I've seen that in government websites where if you use a piece of government software, a government app, it'll say that the government has complete control over your computer system, your local computer system. So again, very important. I'm just taking a little bit of time here to read EULAs. One other small area that's growing, and I hope to see it grow faster, is a EULA analyzer. There are a couple of them out on the internet. They're not very good yet. But what I'd like to do is take the text from a EULA, drop it into a little AI, and have it analyze it for weird stuff. But EULA analyzers are still not very easy to use or find or very good yet. But they will be fairly soon. So anyway, that's my whole spiel on EULAs. Read one now and then. It can help you with PUAs, PUPs, adware, and grayware. Avoid installing the express method. In other words, you can have the express or kind of the manual method. Go through the manual one step at a time, checking everything. And most of the time, you're just going to hit next. But now and then, like I was telling you with that piece of software I installed, you'll find something and take the check out of all the grayware boxes. This, number 3, is what happened to me. Install trusted antivirus, anti-adware, ad blockers. Have ad blockers integrated into your browser. Be vigilant about social engineering techniques. You know what? I am so bad with social engineering and phishing attacks that my office sent an email that gave me a directive to do something, and it looked like phishing. So there were 2 emails. One I didn't open at all, and the other I opened and ignored. And then later on, a second set of email came and said for me to do something, and I ignored that too because it looked very social engineering-esque. And then finally I got a phone call. Kevin, when are you going to do whatever it was? Oh, okay, that was real. I'll go ahead and do it. Because I was ignoring it because it looked like social engineering. So I've kind of gone to the other end to make sure I'm not fooled by these campaigns. All right, what about a keylogger? You need a pop-up blocker. You need to get rid of the idea of opening junk mail. You need antivirus, anti-spyware. You need a good firewall, anti-keylogger software that's integrated into your antivirus, anti-malware solution, or you can even get standalone anti-keylogger software and keystroke interference software that actually puts randomized characters into every keystroke so that even if you have a keylogger, they just get randomized characters. Also, if you think, let's say you think, wait a minute, that's kind of weird. Maybe I have a keylogger. If you're thinking that, then use the Windows on-screen keyboard. The on-screen keyboard, you can hit your Windows key and type in keyboard and click on-screen keyboard, or just type in KEYB, and you'll get this. This is the on-screen keyboard. You can use it to type letters. I had a laptop once, and the worst key, one of the worst keys in the world broke. It was this one here. The 2. The 2 didn't work. This means if I ever had to type in an email address to log into something, I didn't have the @ sign. So I used the on-screen keyboard on that laptop for quite a while. Should have just replaced the keyboard. Yeah, this is available to use, the on-screen keyboard for a Windows system. And what that does is bypass the kernel driver for the keyboard. And so not many keyloggers won't even notice that they're not able to be used anymore. All right, other types of countermeasures, fileless malware. So number one, you want to remove any administrative tools that you're not using. If you have desktops that are that have administrative tools, and those administrative tools are not being used, get rid of them. So, for instance, you may have a organization that has a customer support department, and all this department does is answer phones all day. All they need is one app on their system that they log into. Get rid of Control Panel. Get rid of administrative tools. Get rid of everything on that box except for that app that they need every day. Why would you want to have those things sitting around so that fileless malware or other types of malware can invade them, right? So also use App Locker. What App Locker is, and you can do this through Windows Group Policy, is a whitelist. What that means is, let's say that I have my laptop, I'm sitting on it right now, and I want to protect it. I run App Locker. App Locker says, all right, what executables, binaries, DLLs, what is running on the system right now? All right, those things I will allow to run, and I'm not going to allow anything else to run. And then if somebody clicks on something and it tries to run in RAM, memory, fileless malware, it won't be allowed to execute because you have App Locker running. So App Locker is very good for whitelisting. There are also software restriction policies that are built into local policy in Microsoft Windows, but those are kind of older. You really want to use App Locker if you want to restrict stuff. We also disable any other tools that are used by system and network administrators like PowerShell, Windows Management Instrumentation, WMI, PDF. Disable PDF readers. A lot of fileless malware makes use of PDF readers. Why? They can use them to run JavaScript. Run periodic AV scans, antivirus scans, to check and make sure that you don't have any telltale signs of fileless malware. Keep it up to date. Disable Flash. No more Flash. Flash is almost gone, kind of replaced by HTML5. And all these countermeasures can very much help that we've seen with so many different types of malware. Keep these in mind. Make sure you run all these countermeasures on your own systems, but also be prepared to do that if you get hired to or you're working with enterprise systems. The next thing we look at is vulnerabilities. When an attacker is, well, trying to attack you, the first thing that they'll do, one of the first things they'll do, be after scanning, after getting versions of operating systems and files, the next thing they're going to want to do is find vulnerabilities. A vulnerability is a weakness in an asset, and this weakness can then be exploited by threat actors, by attackers, and then they can attack that system. So some of the reasons behind why we have vulnerabilities, there are many different reasons. Number one is it could be just misconfigured. You're at work, your boss gives you a widget and says, hey, I need you to get this widget up and running and onto the network. And you're like, oh, I've never seen this before. Let me see, let me turn it on. Oh, it has an interface. Oh, hey, oh, it works. Plug it in and that's it. And you didn't know how to use it. It was misconfigured. I see this happen a lot with devices at the home level where there's a video doorbell or an IoT device of some sort, and the person in their house who doesn't have any computer IT experience, once they get it working, that's it. They're just going to let it work, and because they didn't know what they were doing when they installed it, it's misconfigured, right? It's set up wrong. It has a default username. It has a default password. It has default protocols and ports that are open. It's misconfigured. It's a vulnerability. The next one is poor design. So when the application was created, it was designed poorly. And the network or the host-based application is just done wrong. Or the technology itself is weak out of the box. And the main technology that I could think of is the one we're using right now on the internet, the TCP/IP suite, which includes technologies like HTTP, FTP, and others that send data clear text and are very easy to see everything that's going on. It's an inherent technology weakness. Also, careless approach of end users. All right, so I just try to make stuff work. I go to any website I want. I do things that are just careless and eventually leads to a potential vulnerability. So many different classifications for vulnerabilities, like we were saying just now. Misconfiguration, I install it wrong. I configure it wrong. Or I just run the default install. It works, and I'm like, okay, it works. I'm not going to touch it because I'm going to break it. And it's all default. In my classes, default is a 4-letter word. I don't want to hear that word in my class. No, you can actually say it, but default, the reason I say that is because if you leave defaults on systems, they are a beacon for attackers. In fact, if you want to see what I'm talking about, check this out. Open up a search window, a tab, into DuckDuckGo or into Google, and type in this term, default passwords. In the first 3 to 5 links, you'll find places where you can find default passwords. Click on maybe the second one, and what you'll see is it's divided into manufacturers. You can click on default password for Cisco, default password for D-Link, default password for Dell, default password for whatever manufacturer. Once you click on the manufacturer, it'll have a huge list of all the items that they manufacture and all the default logins, right? So defaults are pretty bad. And so what people do, what an attacker does, is finds an installation on a network. And first thing you do is try the defaults. The next thing we look at is buffer overflows. A buffer overflow is in an application. The application needs to reside in a certain place in memory, in RAM. And if it overflows that memory location, it can lead to all kinds of issues with that app, allowing an attacker to do everything from crashing the app and crashing the computer system to actually being able to sneak in, attack a software onto a system through some type of local or remote file inclusion or other things. So buffer overflows, those can be used as a vulnerability for attack. Another vulnerability would be unpatched servers. you have a workstation, a server, a host that has not been patched. And since it hasn't been patched, it's vulnerable. Why? Because the patches are patches to remediate vulnerabilities. So if I'm missing hundreds of updates, I have hundreds of vulnerabilities. The next one we look at is over here, design flaws. So the application has been designed improperly for some reason, which is very, very common. The next one we look at is operating system flaws. Wait a minute. Why are they using the Microsoft symbol for operating system flaws? Oh, maybe they remember Windows Millennium Edition. No, over the years, Microsoft has had a bad reputation for releasing operating systems that have flaws, but in the recent past, they've been doing a huge amount better. If you've been around for a while, you might remember some of the older operating systems that would blue screen a lot. We don't see that as much, but it's not just Microsoft. We can put Linux logos and even there are operating system flaws for Macs and for your phone and for IoT devices and so on. If there's an operating system, there are flaws. All right, next thing we look at is applications that run on those operating systems. They have flaws. We have services that are open. They're not encrypted. The information that goes to and from the service can be read by attackers who are snooping on that transaction. We have, again, that 4-letter word, default passwords, default usernames, default accounts. Again, we see that with these other vulnerabilities as a very important vulnerability. Another one is zero-day or legacy platform vulnerabilities. And this might be a 10 and an 11 because zero-day is when the vulnerability is not known. No one knows about it. But an attacker does. The attacker finds the vulnerability, writes code to be able to attack the vulnerability, releases the code onto the network, the host, the entire internet in a campaign. And since it's never been seen before, antivirus software can't keep track of it. They don't know about it, and it's very successful. Another one would be legacy platform. So legacy means old school stuff. You're using old hardware, old software, old platforms like IIS 6.0 or IIS 8.0 or a super old version. IIS, by the way, is the Internet Information System. It's Microsoft's web server. You're running a web server on a website on an old web server, or an old version of Apache, which is a web server you'll find more often on Linux, although you can get it from Microsoft too, and they're old. So they have vulnerabilities. So these are some vulnerability classifications. We have 10 of them, and under each of these, there are hundreds, maybe even thousands of types of vulnerabilities. So here's an example of network security vulnerability. So I was talking about the entire TCP/IP suite just a little bit before: HTTP, FTP, ICMP, SNMP, SMTP, and a partridge in a pear tree. I mean, there's so many of these different protocols that are inherently, there's nothing you can do about it. They're inherently secure because they're part of a protocol that was created a long time ago before people were worried about this type of security and hacking and so on. We have operating systems that are vulnerable because they can be inherently insecure or they're not updated. We have networks that can be vulnerable because there's no good password protection. You're allowing people to create three or four character passwords without any complexity, or maybe there's open logins without any authentication, or maybe they're using routing protocols on the network that are insecure, and the routing updates can be sniffed and you can get information about the network. Maybe the firewall is no good. It's vulnerable. It's not been updated. You can have a firewall on a network that might actually be a good firewall, but it hasn't been updated for a year. It's got a lot of vulnerabilities on it. We could have user account vulnerabilities where we have insecure transmission of user account details like, oops, the password is listed if you scan for it. Or maybe it's in the website and you can download the website and read the code and there's the username. Or you can have system account vulnerabilities. Again, weak passwords. You can have internet service misconfiguration where when you connect to the internet, JavaScript can run, or like I was saying before, your web server is misconfigured. You're running FTP. Oops, don't do that. That's totally not secure. Or you're running terminal services on port 23. These are all internet service misconfigurations. Or there's that 4-letter word again, default passwords, default usernames left on devices, or maybe the network device, the router, the switch, the edge network firewall is misconfigured. I tell you what, for network security, there can be a lot of vulnerabilities, but what about unwritten policies? Unwritten policies. What does that mean? That your organization has no security policies. And so if there's no security policy, then it's the wild, wild west out there. In other words, let's say that there's no written security policy about passwords. So it's up to the user, maybe the network administrator, maybe who's it up to decide what the password policy is. So maybe for one user, they don't know how to make a password that's more than 5 characters. So the network administrator allows them to do a 5-character password. And another user, you just don't have a policy. So there's no way to keep it the same. So with a policy, you can say all passwords must be 20-character passphrases. And then that gets implemented on every router, every switch, on the domain, on domain controllers, in every location. And now it's enforced. So lack of policy can be a big deal in a network in terms of security. Lack of continuity that enforces the policy that you have. Politics. Oh, that can be a big problem. I've seen this in many organizations, especially in larger organizations. But yeah, I've seen it in small ones too. And what happens is that there are different belief structures and desires in management to do things differently for different purposes. Like for instance, let's say that there is a manager that went to school with a person that now runs a company, and because they've gone to school together, the manager wants to buy and install the product from that other person's company, but it's an inferior and an insecure product, but the manager uses his pull and influence among the other managers to get the product into the organization. That's politics. That's politics, right? And then you have this product that's inferior and installed on the system, causing vulnerabilities because of politics. Lack of awareness. You just didn't know. Let's say you have a user, sits by the back wall of the organization, and behind that back wall is the parking lot. In order to get to the parking lot, the user has to go out of that entrance to that section, through all the cubicles, out the entrance, down the hall, through the front desk, through the major front doors, and then go halfway around the building to get to that parking lot. But if you just open the door, there's the parking lot. So the user gets up, says, "Oh man, I left my pack of gum in the car." So the user opens the door, props it open, walks down the parking lot to go get the pack of gum. And meanwhile, somebody who's kind of hanging out says, "Oh man, that door opens now and then. Let me have a look in there." Looks inside the door, looks at the user who's still walking towards the car, walks in, looks around, finds a phone and a laptop just sitting on a desk, takes the phone and the laptop and leaves, and then walks away. And meanwhile, the user who propped the door open finally gets to the car, gets the pack of gum, closes and locks the car, walks all the way back to the door and unprops it and closes it, and has no idea that somebody's phone and laptop just got stolen. And when there's a review done, the user is interviewed, and the user is asked the question, "Why did you leave the door propped open? Did you not know that there's a policy? And he says, the employee says, who's a user and an employee, he said, wait a minute, excuse me, what? There's a policy about this door? Yeah, there's a policy that says all traffic has to go through the front doors, and you violated the policy. And let's say that genuinely this employee, this user has no idea that there is a policy about doing that. That's lack of awareness. Or maybe visiting sites they shouldn't visit on the internet, not knowing that there's a prohibition against these types of sites, even though they're not blocked. Lack of awareness. Working with emails in a way that exposes the organization, not knowing that doing this violates organizational policy. That is lack of awareness. So what we need to do is make sure employees are trained. Hey, welcome to training. Also, we want to keep an eye towards the impact that vulnerabilities have. They can disclose information. They can give an attacker unauthorized access to steal information about our identities, things like addresses and social security numbers, and damage the reputation of the organization, leading to financial losses. You can get sued, legal consequences, get data deleted, removed, changed, modified on the system. So there are a lot of impacts to vulnerabilities. So we want to make sure that we as an organization, you as somebody who owns or uses a computer system or device, to have as little vulnerabilities as possible. All right, now we're going to look at doing that vulnerability assessment. How do you assess your vulnerabilities? Well, there is the idea of vulnerability research. We're going to analyze protocols, analyze surfaces, look at our configuration, and see if there are vulnerabilities, design flaws that are on all of our systems, our applications, our operating systems. We want to make sure that there are not vulnerabilities that can be exploited, attacked, misused. So we're going to do vulnerability research, classifying vulnerabilities that we find by security level, low, medium, and high, and the exploit range. In other words, can somebody exploit this vulnerability over the internet remotely, over the network remotely, or is it a local exploit? And so we're going to gather information, look at security trends and threats, look at the attack surface, different vectors that an attacker can use to attack, the techniques that they can use. Then we're going to move that into trying to find specific weaknesses in our applications, one application at a time. Usually you're going to use some automated processes, but also in order to explore more deeply, you'll use manual processes. Both of these work. And we want to be able to alert the network administrator before a network attack happens. That's why we're doing vulnerability research. We're going to gather information to prevent the security issue from happening before it takes place. We want to also know how to recover from a network attack because we understand the nature of the vulnerability, how the attack took place, and so we might be able to reverse the damage from the attack. So for vulnerability research, there are many places to go, and what I would urge you to do is maybe at some point after right now, pause and go and visit some of these. Like for instance, one that I would recommend is dark reading. Maybe you don't even have to pause. You could just open up a tab and type in darkreading.com and check that out. Very good place to find out what's going on in terms of attacks that are happening. Another one I recommend, Pen Test Magazine. If you can, through your company or afford a subscription to it, very good information from there. SC Magazine. Also, you should be able to use and be familiar with the Google hacking database, the exploit database, exploit-db.com. Security Focus. HackerStorm is another very good one. Computer World, Security Tracker. many different areas where you can do vulnerability research. Find out what is vulnerable, what is being attacked right now, and if your systems or your organization are running systems, applications with these vulnerabilities, you fix them first before the attack happens. So beyond research, the next thing we want to be able to do is called the vulnerability assessment, and it's an in-depth examination of the vulnerabilities of your systems, your applications. You're going to measure, classify those systems. You're going to identify weaknesses, and then you're going to predict whether or not security measures are effective. So just very simply, for instance, I look through a system and I find that this system has port 23, which is Telnet, and port 80 open. And then what we do is we go back through and we close, block port 23 and port 80, and then we go back through and run our assessment again to prove that those are closed and blocked, right? So we took the security measure to protect the system. Now we go and predict the effectiveness of the security measure. So one of the things that we can find, one of the really cool outcomes, is that we get information from the vulnerability scan. We get the OS, we get the versions of the vulnerability scan. We get open ports and running services from the vulnerability scan. We get applications and service vulnerabilities, applications and service configuration errors. We get applications accounts that may have weak passwords. We find applications and operating systems that may have missing patches and hot fixes. We get all of that from running the scan and finding if those vulnerabilities exist or not. So with vulnerability scanning approaches, there are two approaches to network vulnerabilities. One is active, the other is passive. So with active, you directly interact, you craft probes. So like for instance, I can use a tool like Nmap, and I can craft a probe like Nmap. I can do a dash lowercase s, uppercase s, and put a space in there, and then do a dash a, which pulls out all of the information I can get out of a system. Like for instance, it gives me a basic vulnerability scan. And then I can do a dash T5, capital T, number 5, which will make it as aggressive as possible. And then I can put in a range of IP addresses and hit enter, and it'll go through and aggressively scan the entire range of IP addresses, finding vulnerabilities for me, open ports for me, and other information. So something like that, yeah, sending that probe, specifically crafted requests. I can do that with Nmap, I can do that with hping3, or with an automated full vulnerability scanner. Or I can passively scan the network by listening to what's going on with the network, watching connections, examining TCP using a sniffer or some other type of passive scan. So a couple different ways to do vulnerability scanning. Once we are taking in these vulnerabilities, if we find them listed in a vulnerability database, we'll also find the CVSS ratings. CVSS stands for Common Vulnerability Scoring System. Usually you're going to be looking at the 3.0 rating. So keep in mind that there's a range, a base score, like for instance, low is 3.1 to 3.9, medium is 4.0 to 6.9, etc. And so this is the rating of the vulnerability that you'll find. And there are many different vulnerability databases. One of these is CVE, the Common Vulnerability and Exposures Database from NVD. And these are just some listings of the CVEs. This one is Adobe Dreamwear version 19.0 and earlier have an insecure protocol implementation vulnerability. Successful exploitation could lead to sensitive data exposure if SMB requests is subject to a relay attack. So what does that mean? What does that mean? This is what it means. Let's say that I'm an attacker. I am scanning a network that I want to attack. I find a system that's running Adobe Dreamwear 19.1 or 19, actually it should be 19.0. It says 19.0 and earlier. So let's say that it's 18.7. Adobe Dream. I may not even know what Adobe Dreamwear is, but I know how to look for vulnerabilities in the versions of the software that I find running on systems. So I check Adobe Dreamwear and I find that there's a CVE 2019 7097, and I find that it can be attacked. And so what I do then is I can go, for instance, to the Google hacking database and do a search on this, and I might find that there is a current exploit with code that allows me to take advantage of Adobe Dreamwear 18.7 or whatever I said it was, and get information dumps from that network, from that host or whatever, right? So just knowing the version, see what I mean by the version? Look at this, Druide, I don't even know how to pronounce it. Let's zoom in on it. That's Druide Antidote RX HD, 8 before 8.5, 9 before 9.5, etc. 10 before, what's the problem? NTLM hashes, etc. So I don't know. I think I've heard of Druide Antidote RX, but I really don't know what that is. I don't care if I know what that is. You know why? Because if I scan a network and I find that they're running Druide Antidote RX, they're running 8.1. No, 8.04, right? Because it has to be before 8.05. I know that it's vulnerable to something in CVE 19, this entire CVE here, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. And there are plugins, there's Active Directory domain. There's a vulnerability that I can take, I can run, hack away at it. It's already listed here. It's already there. It's already scored, right? So somebody did a search and they found all of these different results and vulnerabilities listed out. If you click on these links, by the way, they give you a pretty detailed look at what the vulnerability is. And if you go to the Google hacking database, it shows you, for many of these vulnerabilities, in fact, most of them, how to specifically hack that vulnerability. So that is what it's all about. The attacker scans, finds the software or the component of the operating system and the version, lines it up with the vulnerability, and then finds a specific way to hack that vulnerability. So that's why it's very important to be familiar with the vulnerability scoring system, because you can see how bad it is. This one's high, this one's medium, it could be a low one. We're looking at NVD, which I was mentioning before, the National Vulnerability Database. It's a nice little government repository from the United States that has vulnerabilities, has SCAP, which is the Security Content Automation Protocol that's used to represent these. And it enables automation, enables vulnerability management. There are checklists, references, looking at the flaws and misconfiguration issues, product names, and even the metrics. How much of an impact is this going to have? So from the National Vulnerability Database, other vulnerability databases, you can find this information. An attacker can use it to attack. A network defender can use it to defend. If you look at vulnerabilities, that's bad enough, but there can also be just weaknesses. And that is expanded upon in the CWE, which is the Common Weaknesses Enumeration, which gives you system software weaknesses. These are put together and sponsored by the National Security FFRDC, which is owned by the MITRE Corporation, under support of U.S. CERT, National Cybersecurity Division of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It's a lot of people working together to make sure that you understand weaknesses in programs with 600 categories of weaknesses that can be set up in your organization to find that baseline, identify mitigation and prevention efforts for your organization. So what we want to do is on in your organization, in my organization, on your home network, on my home network, everywhere where there are computer systems, we need to conduct vulnerability assessments. And fortunately for your home network, for small businesses, a lot of the endpoint software that we use, the antivirus software, does this for us. But it's really good to do it on a deliberate basis. First thing is an active assessment where you run a scanner. This could be your endpoint protection on your host, your services, trying to find vulnerabilities. Then there's the external assessment, which is from the outside network. So, for instance, right now, open up a tab to Google. So it's not as easy with DuckDuckGo. But if you go to Google and you type in, what's my IP? What's my IP? Or what's my IP address? Hit enter, and it'll show you your IP address, how it looks from the internet. Now, with that IP address, there's a lot you can do. And that is what is used for security assessment. One of the things that I periodically do with organizational IP addresses is drop that IP address into a utility that determines if that IP address has been blacklisted anywhere, right? You can also run a scan against that IP address from the external view, like from somebody who's scanning the network to see if there are vulnerabilities in the firewall, weaknesses in the firewall. That's the external view of the network. We also have the host-based assessment where it's on that Windows 10, on that Windows Server 2019 or Windows Server 2022 host, looking at file systems, registry settings, looking at the potential compromises against the host. And then on the applications, web infrastructure, there could be misconfigurations in the Apache web server or in a Oracle database. There could be outdated content, known vulnerabilities in an IBM DB2 database or something like that. Also, there's a possibility of a passive assessment where we run a sniffer like Wireshark on the network to look to see what communication protocols and methodologies are being used between hosts and discover perhaps vulnerabilities. There's the internal assessment. So the external assessment, you have that external IP address, run a scan against the external network, the external firewalls, the DMZ, from the perspective of somebody on the outside. Now we move into the inside and scan from the internal network to assess vulnerabilities. Also, there are network-based assessments where we scan the entire network, and there are database assessments where we're looking at databases like PostgreSQL, IBM DB2, Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, stuff like that, right? And look for potential data exposure or maybe SQL injection or maybe other types of maybe misconfiguration of vulnerabilities on a database in particular. Also, we have wireless assessment. So you scan the entire wireless network to try to find problems with it. We have distributed assessments where we have distributed agents simultaneously synchronizing a scan of all the assets. We have credentialed assessments where we get credentials for the network of all machines and use that as part of the evaluation, or non-credentialed, you don't have any credentials on any machines in the enterprise network, and you use that as part of your scan criteria or your vulnerability assessment criteria. We have manual assessments where you take tools like Nmap and others to work with assessing vulnerabilities. And there are many different tools depending on what you're doing. If you're just doing a network, it would be Nmap, but you could use tools to scan web applications, tools to scan databases, tools to scan applications and web servers and so on. So you do it manually though, and you come up with a score, but having automated assessments is always a good first step using things like Nessus and Qualsys, GFI LandGuard. There are many different tools that you can automate an assessment of a network and of the applications and devices in that network, and then maybe fall back to a manual assessment if you find some oddities, abnormalities. So what are we going to do with the vulnerability management lifecycle? We're going to, number one, find out what we have. Do asset identification, creating a baseline. Number two, we're going to use all of the techniques or some of the techniques that we saw in the previous page to do a vulnerability scan. So for instance, we might run an automated scan and then move into manual scans for areas that require it. Number three, we do a risk assessment. I like to say that whenever we talk about the word assets and whenever we talk about the word risk, you take that S on these two words and you turn it into a dollar sign. Because with this risk assessment, what we're going to say is, let's say that I find 100 vulnerabilities. Of these 100 vulnerabilities, which one of these is going to cost my organization the most? All right, so I find a vulnerability that if it is used in an attack, it will cause Microsoft Notepad to crash on a system. And it's only on one system there is this vulnerability. All right, let's say I find another vulnerability that if it works, it will cause my HVAC systems in my data center to crash, getting rid of all cooling, heating, and air conditioning in the data center. I wonder which one of those could cost me the most money. Yeah, it's very difficult to decide. Notepad versus the entire data center. Yeah, it's the entire data center, right? That's the biggest risk. Look at dollar signs. If I lose, I have to shut down my entire data center. That's going to cost me so much money. Are you kidding me? So what I do now with my risk assessment is I go to remediation. And the first thing I remediate is the items with the highest risk. So I go find the controls for that HVAC system, and I update the firmware on those controls, and I update the software on the interface, and then I verify that those HVAC controls are no longer vulnerable to attack and then bringing down my whole data center or something like that. But I've also been working my way all the way down to the low end stuff, and maybe I even remediated the problem on that system that would cause Notepad to crash and tested that too, right? You have to go back through and verify it. But then you have to monitor, because over time, there are new systems, new software, there's updates, there's changes in network configuration that goes on and on. So you have to monitor the things you fixed and monitor all the new stuff that's brought in, and then go back through again. This is a life cycle, and do it again. Identifying assets, do a baseline, vulnerability, all the way through. All right, now, let's look at some tools. There are some tools out there that are really nice, very nice. We have Qualys Vulnerability Management. If you look here, we see that it has a very good capability of presenting the data in a way that makes it easy to understand. It's cloud-based, gives you visibility to all your systems, assets, threats. It does continuous identification of threats. And monitoring for any unexpected changes in the system, in your network before that becomes a breach. All right, so somebody created some part of the network that has a misconfiguration. Boom, Qualys found it and listed out for you. Reports, schedules, techniques, and this is just one of the interfaces. So very good tool, Qualys Vulnerability Management. Another good tool, I like OpenVAS. I like OpenVAS because it is extremely easy to use. Like for instance, I can run it on the EC Council Storm device, and that is a Raspberry Pi based device with all your hacking tools that are put together on that low-end processor, but it runs great even from a Raspberry Pi. Does vulnerability scanning, vulnerability management. So OpenVAS, very nice stuff. Next is GFI LandGuard. I like GFI LandGuard because not only does it detect vulnerabilities, if you zoom in on it over here, you see some vulnerabilities it found, software update issues, malware protection issues, firewall issues, what it found missing updates If you look at the bottom right-hand corner there, missing security updates, etc. But the presentation, I like the presentation of GFI LandGuard and the different views, different panes of glass that you can use to see what's going on. So GFI LandGuard, good for detection, assessment, and even rectification of security vulnerabilities. So lots of tools are available for things like that. Nessus is great. I use Nikto quite a lot. Nikto is great for website scanning. Again, it works from my Storm, Raspberry level stuff, even RAS 1s. It also works from your desktop, from so on. And you can do a scan of a website and find website vulnerabilities very quickly and easily. It is not nearly as robust as something like Acunetics Web Vulnerability Scanner or even Qualys FreeScan. Actually, no, I think Nikto is probably pretty comparable, if not more comparable, because you can use, you can change the command and so on than FreeScan. So I like Nikto better than that. But we have Nexpose, we have Network Security Scanner, we have Saint, very cool tool, Be Secure, Core Impact, and Stalker. Web Security Application Scanner, that's a very good one. So we have tools, just like Apple started that saying there's an app for that. So whether it is low-level, very quick vulnerability scanning like Qualys FreeScan, or moving up the line to Nikto, or all the way to an Acunetics, or one of the Qualys professional tools. There are many different tools that you can use to take your vulnerability assessment techniques and use them to help you remediate issues that you find in your network. Now that takes us to exploitation. So what's an attacker to do? I found some vulnerabilities. Well, it's time to exploit them. So what the attacker is going to do to gain access to a system is scan those systems, find the vulnerability, and then what's going to happen is they're going to find what the risk level is. So for instance, it could be a very low level or it could be a high level vulnerability. And then what's the capability? Does this allow me to gain remote root access to a system? Does this allow me to run code on the system? Does it allow me to get around authentication on the system? What does it allow me to do? All right, well, let's see how it works. Why? Why does it allow me to do that? What is the flaw? All right, so now I can develop an exploit. I might have to either write code or develop a procedure. And that's why the Google Hacking Database is so cool, because it has the code and the procedures written by people who are developing exploits for vulnerabilities. And then we select the method for delivery. Is it going to be local over in a local network or remote? If I don't have the ability to do a local exploit, then I really have to only refer to remote exploits. We generate and deliver the payload. So let's say that I really only have a local exploit and I have no access to a local system. All I have access is to the internet and I can't get into the local system. At that point, I might develop a method of delivery by targeting employees inside the organization in order to deliver this local exploit. And then deliver the payload, whether it's local, remote, or whatever access I have. And then from there, run the exploit, allowing me to do all kinds of potential attacks like gain access to a system. And this is how an attacker takes advantage of a vulnerability and attacks a system. So what we've seen here is that we have threats against hosts, threats against networks, threats against software. And a lot of this is accomplished through the use of malware. We talked about the different styles, species, and classes of malware, and also some of the countermeasures We talked about that all through the module for all of the exploits that we've been talking about, some of the ways that you can protect your organization in your own computer. And then we looked at vulnerability assessment, research, scoring systems, databases, the life cycle, and also vulnerability exploitation. So in the next module, what we're going to look at is we're going to discuss in detail password cracking, a technique to get around passwords that are blocking the attacker from getting into the system. But also we want to know how to defend against it. So we're going to look at countermeasures to password cracking techniques. And that brings us to the end of this module. Join me for the next one. All right, let's jump on into it. Number one, password cracking techniques. So there are many different password cracking techniques. The goal is to take the password that the user is using and discover what it is, and then use that account, recovering the password from the computer system, using the password to gain unauthorized access, and they're going to take advantage of weak passwords or easily guessable passwords. One of the most important items to consider with a password is the idea of password complexity. So passwords, they contain letters, special characters, and numbers, and the more complex they are, the more difficult they are to crack. If they only contain numbers, then they are pretty easy to crack. If the password contains only special characters, that's it, that also makes them easier to crack. Passwords that contain letters and numbers only, and they're short, they can be easier to crack. If they contain only letters, they can be easier to crack, or only letters and special characters. At least we diversify a little bit, right? Have a couple of different ways of doing things, or maybe only special characters and numbers. The more you limit complexity, the more your password becomes easy to crack. One of the other things that I want you to think about is what's called password entropy. And in fact, what I'd like you to do right now is open up a tab to DuckDuckGo or Google and type in the following search phrase: password entropy, E-N-T-R-O-P-Y, and then the term XKCD. So password entropy, XKCD. If you do that, the first or second, I think it's the first choice, you'll see XKCD. XKCD is a comic for geeks, people who like technology, etc. The comic that you'll see, the last panel says something about a horse battery staple. Now, what this discusses is what's called password entropy. So irrespective of whether you have password complexity or not, if your password is short, 5 characters, 8 characters, then it has low entropy, and it's very, very easy for a computer system to crack. If your password is a passphrase, even if it has less complexity, then it has higher entropy, and it takes computer systems longer to crack. So that password complexity is important, but a short password, like every one that you see on this slide, has very low password entropy, and modern computers can crack those short passwords, even with high complexity, with a brute force attack. So one of the other things that we want to keep in mind is authentication, Microsoft authentication. In particular, the SAM, The SAM is the Security Account Manager database. And if you have a standalone computer system, your SAM passwords are stored in a hashed version using NTLM authentication or NTLM hashes on that system. And so what you want to do is a couple of things. Number one, like we said, that Windows stores passwords in the SAM. If you have an Active Directory database, the storage of those passwords is a lot safer because it's part of a domain. They're not stored in clear text. They're hashed, but those hashes are fairly easy to crack. Also, if you're using NTLM authentication, which if you don't have your computer system on an Active Directory domain, very likely you'll be using that for certain transactions. The NTLM or LM authentication protocols produce hashed passwords that are fairly easy to crack because they're stored in that SAM database using different hashing methods. So what you really want is to have your workstation integrated into an Active Directory domain using the Active Directory database, using Kerberos authentication, which is the default authentication protocol when you are using Active Directory, which is way stronger than peer-to-peer authentication using NTLM. So if you're on a network, let's say that you have a small business, and your small business, let's say you only have 5 people working for your organization, and everybody has individual logins. Each of those workstations is vulnerable to attack. Even if you have a small business of 5 people working at your organization, it's better to go get yourself a Windows Server 2022 or 2019, depending on the year that you're listening to this, and create an Active Directory domain and have your computers log in on the domain and lock out that low-level password that you get in the SAM from a standalone computer system. So there are many different types of attacks. There are non-electronic attacks. Someone just looks over your shoulder. Or maybe they have binoculars or a telescope and they're looking from one office building into another, watching you type. Or maybe they're hacking your brain. That's right, Human Operating System 1.0. Largely unpatched, never upgraded. Also dumpster diving, where people throw things away that they don't consider to be important, but an attacker can use that. So those are some non-electronic, but then there are electronic attacks, which are active online attacks, where the attacker does a direct attack using brute force or dictionary techniques. Dictionaries. If you go online and you look for password dictionaries, you can find password dictionaries that are over a terabyte in size. And this is actually pretty interesting because these are text files, meaning that there are billions and billions of passwords in these text files that can be used for dictionary attacks. Brute force attacks will take every possible combination. Now, I want to tell you that brute force attacks are difficult to do because they take an extraordinary amount of 2 things. Number 1, computer resources, and number 2, time. And when I say an extraordinary amount of time for a brute force attack, I'm talking about enough time that every star in the universe will have evaporated. Right? So I don't know about you, but I normally don't wait around billions of years for things to happen. Normally I like it to happen in less than a few billion years. You know, I just don't have that amount of time. In fact, for a long passphrase, it can take more time than you could get in 20 universes. I mean, brute forcing can take a long time, but there's a caveat. The caveat is those brute force techniques are using modern computers. There's a new class of computer that is not just advancing in a linear fashion, not just advancing in an exponential fashion, but it's advancing geometrically. So it's going to sneak up on you, and that is quantum computers. A quantum computer, rather than examining one item at a time, let's say that there are 10 billion items, rather than in examining one atom at a time, a quantum computer examines all items simultaneously, which allows it to do a lot faster. So eventually, you're going to see quantum computers used in brute forcing attacks. All the more important to make sure that you have your authentication ready for the future. It's not just quantum computers that we're worried about. We're looking at AI issues, deep learning issues, and so on, that are making passwords more and more the target of attacks. There are those who say that we are seeing the end of passwords. Surely we are seeing the end of passwords as the only way to get into a system. Rather, what we're seeing is a password along with a biometric, along with a dongle or something like that. So multi-factor authentication. So just a little zoom out on the implications of brute force. A rule-based attack is one where you know one of the rules that makes up the password. Hash injection is when we inject a known hash of a password. One of those would be LLM and RMBTNS poisoning, where you have a lab that you can try that out. There are Trojans, spyware, keylogger, and even guessing the password, which hardly ever works. And there are other types of password attacks, including passive online attacks. And these are where you are logged into a network, or you're somehow on the network, not necessarily logged in, but you're able to run a sniffer like Wireshark and do wire sniffing, or even run a man-in-the-middle attack. A replay attack is when you take the information that you discovered through sniffing and you play it back to the resource that the user was using to see if you can get in. And most of these wire sniffing, yeah, you can get a lot of information. Man-in-the-middle attacks, yes, there are many different ways to do those, but replay attacks don't usually work very well. And then there are offline attacks where you take the information, take the list of password hashes, and then you use pre-computed hashes in rainbow tables. A rainbow table is like a dictionary file, but it's just the hashes from the passwords that you would find in a dictionary file. And then you can take those and you can even use a distributed computer program to help speed up the attack, or even upload the hashes and run distributed computing in the cloud, AWS or Azure. So I've mentioned a few terms, and we want to make sure you understand what they are. Number one, I've mentioned dictionary. So like for instance, if you go to a tab, go to DuckDuckGo or to Google, and you do a search, and the search would be top 1,000 passwords, top 1,000 passwords. Or if you want, you could do top 100 passwords, and you'll see a list of passwords, everything from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to Dallas to people's names, etc. So those are some of the top files that, for instance, you'd find in a dictionary file. But then you'd also have not to the top 100, not to the top 1,000, but the top 100,000 or the top million or even more. And so what happens is the dictionary of commonly used passwords, passphrases, etc., and also compromised passwords will be used against the resource that the attacker is trying to attack. But we also have brute force attacks. I was talking to you about that and the possible future role of quantum computation in brute force attacks. And with brute force attacks, what you're doing is you're taking every possible combination of characters. That right now, with current computers, that can take so much time that you might have to just sit on a rocking chair and wait through like 4 or 5 universes. And then there are rule-based attacks. With rule-based attacks, you have some information about the password. So for instance, let's say that an employee has an employee badge, the password is the first 5 digits of the employee number dash some password. And if that's the case, the attacker would say, oh, hey, I know the first part of every password of this organization. So all I have to do is figure out the second part, because there is a rule. So a rule is some type of information about the password that happens with every password. The next type of attack is password guessing, and that's kind of difficult to do. Really, this only happens in movies when the group of young people who are trying to break the system are quickly trying to guess a password, and they finally look around in the cubicle and they see the guy with his dog Fido, and they say, oh, and they type in Fido. And for some reason in the movies, there's always like these weird clicking noises and beeps whenever you use a computer. What's up with that? Anyway, they type in Fido and they quickly download the information and they're able to escape at the last minute. That only works in the movies. There are so many combinations of passwords that just guessing them doesn't work. I mean, you can create a list of possible passwords, you can do high, low, but it just doesn't work very much. Failure rate is high, right? So, you know what? It's even hard to guess your own password. If you forget your password for a device or for a network or whatever, and you try, oh, what did I change it to? I changed it on Friday and it's Monday and I can't remember, and you try all these different combinations and you still don't get it. It's your own password. It's even more difficult guessing somebody else's passwords. Remember when I was telling you that you could do an internet search and type in the term default passwords? Well, here it is. These are some of the sites that you found if you did that. Open Sesame, default passwords, CERT, defaultpasswords.us, default-password.info. These are some of the sites you would find. And you, like I was saying before, you can sort by a manufacturer and find the default passwords of that manufacturer and then use them in an attack. Trojan, spyware, keyloggers, we're already talking about that in the previous module. And how does that work in terms of passwords? Well, first thing that happens is the attacker is going to get to this system. See, look, it has a bug on it already, so we know they got it with a Trojan or spyware or a keylogger. And then the next thing that's going to happen is the victim is going to log on to a server with their credentials, some resource with their credentials. Well, what's going to happen after that? Well, the keylogger can see exactly what they typed. You get that information back, and then the attacker uses that info to log in also to the same server. Now, that is a little bit difficult with a domain controller in a Windows network because the attacker's computer would have to be part of the network. But the attacker might be able to gain control or gain physical access to this computer. There are so many ways to do this if you have spyware, Trojans, or keyloggers. So that's how you can gather passwords. This is the way attackers often gather passwords, is to have one of these three pieces of malware on the system. There's also the idea of a pass the hash or PTH attack, often known as a hash injection attack. And what's going to happen is this deals with password systems that exchange hashes. And so what happens is there's going to be a compromised hash that's injected into a local session between somebody and their network. And then the hash is going to be used to gain access to validate network resources, extracting the domain account hash, and eventually logging onto the domain controller. So if you look at the steps that happens, so here's an unsuspecting user, taps on that keyboard, logs in, log hashes, the hashes are stored. This is a server, not really a domain controller, because a domain controller would be something that is running Kerberos, and Kerberos does not do hash exchanges like this. But it could be an old school domain controller, like from NT40 or something like that. So either way, it's some type of service that the user is logging into There are ways of doing this with domain controllers also, but there has to be certain existing conditions to make it happen. In fact, with the LLM-NR and BTNS poisoning, that is done on a domain. So either way, the next thing that happens is the attacker is going to use some type of local or remote exploit to compromise the server. So like I was saying, there has to be some other part to it. In this case, there's a compromise of the domain controller. And now what's going to happen is the attacker is going to extract the domain admin hash, and then they're going to inject that hash into the session that this user has, and then use that to attack the network assets of the domain of this service. So we have pass the hash, and I was already mentioning LLM-NR and BTNS. And this is a link local multicast name resolution is what this is, and it uses multicast to help resolve the names of hosts on the network. And NBTNS is NetBIOS, and that NS is name server. So NetBIOS name server is when you have a Microsoft system that's running their old NetBIOS, NetBEUI networking that was created back in the early 90s, late 80s, actually early 90s, and it is extremely vulnerable. And so when we talk about remediation, we'll talk about how to not be vulnerable to LLM-NR and BTNS poisoning. So in this case, what's going to happen, and by the way, when you go to iLabs and you run this lab, don't get fooled, because there's a part of it that some people get stuck at, and it's actually part of the lab. And so what happens is the user, well, the first thing that's going to happen is the attacker is going to have a listener that they install that is looking for people who are logging in, right? So the user then is going to send like a host name, whack whack, that's the saying I want to get to a specific server, right? So the listener is already on there listening for LLM-NR and BTNS broadcasts, and then when that broadcast happens, the LLM-NR, or I could just say the LN poisoning, or something like, to make it shorter, it poisons it, and it sends a data server not found to the user. But literally what happened in the meantime is the attacker was able to accept the NTLMV2 hash of this user, and then they have the hash now of that password. And then what the attacker does is uses a cracking software like John the Ripper to crack that hash and reveal the password, and then they can log in to the network later on as this user. The part of the lab that you have to look out for is when you type in the resource and you get an error. I've had a lot of students stop there and say, oh, this isn't working, I got an error. Well, that's a fake error. That was an error sent by the attacker to capture that information from the user. There's another type of attack that we've kind of talked a little bit about, pass the ticket. So we have pass the hash. We have LLM-NR and BTNS. Yeah, I've said that a lot of times. It's easier for me to say it. Pass the ticket. In this case, it's an authentication attack. And this is actually used to attack Kerberos. And so it's for authentication systems using Kerberos without providing the user password. So what happens is the attacker dumps Kerberos tickets of legitimate accounts. There are these credential dumping tools that you can use. Mimikatz is probably the best tool for this type of attack. The attacker then launches that pass the ticket attack by stealing the STTGT, that's a ticket granting ticket, from the end user machine, or stealing that ticket granting ticket from a compromised authorization server, which is a Microsoft domain controller. And then the attacker uses that retrieved ticket to get access to the network services that they're after. And so tools like Mimikatz, Rubius, even Windows credential editor are used for these types of attacks. So this is a pass the ticket. So pass the ticket used to attack the ticket granting ticket capabilities of Kerberos in a Microsoft Windows domain controller environment. Next, we look at wire sniffing. Wire sniffing is when you employ a sniffer to get sensitive information from unencrypted transactions by just watching what goes across the wire. There's another one, man in the middle. In replay attacks, with a man in the middle attack, there's an original conversation between two hosts, host-to-host communication, and maybe the user is on a web server. And what happens in this case is the attacker sniffs that communication, is able to do something like, for instance, predict session tokens, or maybe they're able to compromise cookies, or either way, they extract the relevant information from those tokens and they take control of that communication, blocking off that victim, and they are now in the middle of that communication talking to that host. It's relatively hard. You have to be on the inside. You have to be trusted on one or both sides of the network. And so you can, a lot of times you have to actually it can be broken by invalidating that traffic of the attacker, because it is actually invalid traffic. We've mentioned this before. The next one, rainbow table attack. It's like a huge collection of passwords, but it's not the passwords, it's the hashes to the password. And rainbow tables have those hash values of those passwords. We compare the hash to the legitimate password by just comparing all those hundreds of thousands or millions of hashes against the hash that the attacker obtained from what's being attacked, and then you can recover it. Also, that hash comparison is actually pretty fast. So these are some of the pre-computed hashes, and run it on a rainbow table attack, and boom, an attacker can gain access to login information. All right, so now we are moving into the second section, looking at some of the tools that can be used for password cracking. All right, number one, LoftCrack and OffCrack. LoftCrack used to be the preeminent tool, and it eventually got purchased and spun off, but now it's actually still pretty cool, but you have to purchase it. It's great for auditing and recovering applications. OffCrack, though, is completely free, open source, graphical. You create a little like a USB flash drive, DVD or CD boot disk, and you can use it to recover Windows passwords on a laptop or desktop. Rainbow Crack, very nice tool, used to crack hashes with rainbow table. So it actually has a really cool little algorithm using a time memory trade-off to try to make it much faster at cracking password. These three right here, John the Ripper, Hashcat, and THC Hydra, are very nice tools I've used many times. The Medusa is actually nice too. You have used that a lot less than THC Hydra, Hashcat, or John. The reason I call it John is because in your Linux box on your lab, you'll see that the command that you use to access John the Ripper is just the word John, right? So very usable tools for cracking passwords on any type of system. All right, now let's talk about how you counter those of us who are trying to crack your passwords. Well, number one, don't use the same password every time. If you have a password that you've been using the same exact password for the last 28 years, well, then you might be hacked, because that's not good. You want to make sure that password actually changes. And you can actually, if you have a network, You can change this at the network level, not allowing users to use the same password over and over again. Disallow password sharing, right? If you have 8 people sharing the same password, that's a compromised password. The first time that password was shared with another person, it was compromised. The next one we have is disallow the use of passwords that can be found in a dictionary. So remember, a dictionary password is not a passphrase that has a dictionary word in it. Like for instance, if you have a password, the passphrase is correct, horse, battery, staple, 2022, something like that. That's a passphrase. The word horse or correct, those are in the dictionary, but you need the entire password in and of itself to be in the dictionary for it to be dangerous. So that's what we're looking for. Disallow passwords that can be found in a dictionary, the password itself. So if I have a password like dinosaur, it's in the dictionary. If I have a password like motorcycle, that's in the dictionary. All those are bad passwords. Also change, number 4 over here. Don't use clear text protocols and protocols with weak encryption. So don't use anything clear text. So in other words, I don't want to use a protocol where my password is actually able to be seen by a sniffer. Also, change your password. Now, the new NIST says to, instead of using a small complex password, like an 8 or 10 character password with lots of complexity that's difficult for a human to memorize, the new NIST guidelines say to create a long passphrase that's easy for a human to memorize, and then change it less often. So, but obviously the more often you change it, the safer it is, right? But the NIST guidelines, the new ones, allow for a longer period between changing, not 30 days, so up to 90 days or even longer in some cases. Don't use any default passwords. Again, there's that bad word. Don't say that bad word. You can say it if you want, but then get rid of it, right? We want to get rid of all the defaults we find on systems. Find a default password, get rid of it, change it. Also, make sure, and again, these are the old rules. The new NIST rules don't say 8 to 12. 8 to 12 is too short for a password with modern computer systems and distributed systems, cloud systems, mainframes, and the onboarding of quantum computer systems. 8 to 12 is not enough. You really need sort of in the 20 character range, a passphrase that you can easily remember, right? So let's say that your family is finally going to go on a great vacation cruise in 2021, right? You can have your passphrase be family, Caribbean, cruise, 2021, yippee, with maybe some special characters in yippee with an exclamation mark, right? That's a long password. Super easy to remember, virtually impossible to crack with modern computer systems. Even if you had a quantum computer, that family vacation passphrase would be very difficult to crack. So, if you're taking an exam, follow what it says in the exam. Like if I was taking the CEH and it says 30 days and 8 to 12 alphanumeric characters, that's what I need to memorize for the exam. But in the real world, you want long passphrases, easy for people to remember, but very difficult for computers to crack. Number 8, ensure that applications don't store passwords. Never write down the password. Do not take your password and put it on a sticky note and put it on the bottom of your keyboard. We know it's there. We know. We just lift it up, we take a picture with our phone, and we've hacked your account. We don't do that. No sticky notes. And by the way, this is why the NIST changed the guidelines, because if your password is NG, uppercase Y, lowercase q, 355 dash @ exclamation mark 32, if that's your password, who's going to memorize that? It's very difficult. You're going to want to write it down. But if your password is family, Caribbean, cruise, vacation, 2021, yippee, you remember it, and it's almost unhackable. So much different, but don't write it down. You need a password that you can easily remember, that you don't have to write down, right? Use random string or salt prefix or suffix for your password before encryption. There are salting techniques that you can make use of with certain software for passwords. You can disallow. You don't want the name, just one word. You don't want a one-word password that has just your date of birth or marriage or a child's name or whatever, right? Lockout. If there are too many guesses, like 3 or sometimes up to 5, so sometimes it'll be like if there are 5 missed passwords, it locks the account. Or if there are 3 missed passwords, it locks the account. Also use 2FA, MFA. CAPTCHA is also very nice, because what CAPTCHA does is it stops automated tools from hacking passwords. You've seen these CAPTCHA where it has to prove you're human. One of my favorite new ones, I really love it, is where it says, we need to prove you're human. Please take or look at the following scenario. I don't remember exactly what it says, but it'll say like, find the dragon. And it'll have all these little cartoon characters that are like on top of books, on top of other things. And one of them will be a cartoon character dragon. And there's a cartoon character kitten or whatever. And then you click on the dragon and you hit OK. And then it says, find the dragon again, or say find the kitten, or find the puffy cloud or whatever. And they're little cartoon drawings. I thought that was a really cool little CAPTCHA. Very difficult for an AI or deep learning model to very easily figure out. So that's what we're trying to do, is block AI, deep learning machine models, quantum assisted AI or whatever from being able to read these and only get humans like you or me, unless you're an AI watching this class. All right, so that brings us to the end of this module. And we looked at password cracking, looked at some authentication mechanisms that can be cracked. We looked at password attacks of various types. I've used these in many different contexts. Usually they are used for pen testing and for capture the flag of fun computer scenarios where you run attacks on things. And there are tools that you use. We talked about tools like THC Hydra, John the Ripper, Mimikatz for Active Directory. And we looked at some of the countermeasures, things that you can do to protect your passwords from attacks. And what I would like you to think about in terms of your password, don't just think about the password on your desktop or your laptop. Think about every password you use for your phone, for your Wi-Fi, for any connection that you make. There may be one that escapes your notice. So you have to kind of churn through all the methods and ways that you log into resources and make sure that for each one of those, you're using a long passphrase. When somebody comes up to your house and they say, hey, what's your Wi-Fi password? Fido should not be your answer, right? It should be McGillicuddy Home Network 2022. Something like that. That's a nice passphrase that you can use for a home network. In the next module, we're going to look at social engineering, hacking the human operating system 1.0. Some of the techniques for social engineering and some of the countermeasures for social engineering. So why don't you join me there in just a few minutes? First of all, let's look at social engineering concepts and threats. What is social engineering? Well, every human is running an operating system. It is human operating system 1.0. It's never been upgraded, and it's very difficult to patch. And because of that, people are able to trick other people into doing things they shouldn't be doing. It's a powerful operating system. I mean, computer networks, the internet, skyscrapers, space stations, trips to Mars, but yet somebody will click on a link in an email. So we convince people to reveal confidential information. And so what they do is they prey on that fact, that people are unaware. And we'll look at, there are certain push button features. There are actually features of Human OS 1.0. And these features are actually used against us with social engineering. And so we need to be able to protect, not be careless with that information. What I always tell people is that it's very important to take all the critical information about yourself, everything from your social security number or any national identity number, to your phone number, to your credit card number, anything that you consider to be private information that shouldn't be out on the network. And you kind of put a flag on all of those pieces of information so that if anybody asks you about it for any reason, you ask yourself, wait a minute, what are they saying? And do I need to respond to this? Like, for instance, just very quickly before we move on to the next slide, I've walked into an agency and asked to be, I'm working with somebody on something and they asked for my social security number, but there's a flag on my social security number, which is a national ID number. And many times I've said, is it possible to skip that or use a different number? And they say, okay, no, we don't need that. Maybe we can use your driver's license number. Or they'll say, we don't need that. But they asked me anyway. Most people will just give out the numbers without putting a flag on that's personal information. So be careful with social engineering. That's why we're in this module. Who is a target of social engineering? Receptionists. If you've ever worked at a front desk of an organization, you might be a target of social engineering. Help desk personnel. If you've ever answered phones for a help desk, level 1, even level 2 personnel, you might be a target of social engineering. Technical support executives, system and network administrators, system and network engineers, users. What is a user? Well, anybody who picks up a computing device and interacts with it. Yep, that's a user. That's you, that's me. That's everybody in the network at work. That's everybody in the network at home. Clients, vendors of the target organization, senior executives. Oh man, those are good targets for social engineering, because if you can get them, they have the money. They have keys to control the organization. So that often happens. Just to give you a quick example, let's go back to number 1. So in some organizations where I worked, one of the things that receptionists would be responsible for is taking in the mail. So the mail carrier comes in, he drops off a stack of mail. When things slow down a little bit, the receptionist takes out the mail, and it's a bill. And one of the bills says bill for toner for your copier or whatever. And he or she sees bills for a toner all the time. And so they just put it in the pay stack, and then accounts receivable gets it. And, oh, office supplies, toner, and they pay the bill when the organization never ordered toner. They may not even have a copier of that type. In some cases, the vendor will then establish a relationship with that company and begin shipping them toner legitimately. But other times it's done completely illegitimately, right? So there's some social engineering. Try to find something that falls into what looks like a norm and capture that, right? So another one for senior executives that I've seen is actually social engineering people who work for those senior executives. And the way it goes is the employee will get an email or a text or some type of communication purportedly from the senior executive. Hey, this is Fred, the CTO of the organization, and I am stuck across town. There's a traffic jam, and I need to get to a birthday party. And this birthday party, there are 15 kids that I was going to give Xbox cards to. So can you do me a favor? Buy 15 Xbox cards, send the numbers to this address, and then just expense it. Okay, can you do that for me? Thank you very much. And it could be a receptionist, it could be a help desk personnel, it could be a user, it could be a system administrator that says, oh, I do expense reports now and then. I know how to do that. I can help out with it. I can help this guy. This is great. All right, I'm going to help you out. And buy the Xbox cards, send the numbers to an address. Getting ready to write the expense report, you might see that the CTO of the organization the next day and say, hey, I got those Xbox cards for you. And he will tell you, wait a minute, what in the world are you even talking about? And you realize you've been scammed. So yeah, social engineering targets, I could go on with stories about every walk of life and social engineering. So what is the impact? Oh, you just spent $500 on Xbox cards. Oh yeah, economic losses, but it can go into the thousands and the hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars of economic losses from social engineering, damage of goodwill, loss of privacy, your information has been exposed. There can even be dangers from terrorism from social engineering attacks. You can get sued by organizations or have to work through arbitration. You can even have your organization shut down permanently. All of these are potential outcomes from social engineering. Now, what are some? I told you there's several push button. See, there's the word right there. And these are features. These are actually features of Human OS 1.0. One of the features of Human OS 1.0 that got us to where we are today is hierarchy. We recognize hierarchy immediately. So when we see somebody walk in to a building wearing a $5,000 suit, dressed to the nines, and looking like they belong there and they own the place, we get the feeling of authority. It was like, and they say, excuse me, I'm the CTO of XYZ Corp, and I'm here to meet with the CEO of your organization. Let's get this done, right? And like, yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, all of a sudden you're saying sir or ma'am or whatever, responding to authority, right? We're great with hierarchy. It's helped us. We can build skyscrapers using that, but we can also be fooled, right? Also, intimidation. You remember this from first and second grade. I mean, we've role-played this since we were children. My older brother used to intimidate me quite a lot, right? So we have intimidation. And someone said, look, if you don't get this done right now, you are going to have some serious trouble, right? You put that into an email format, or, it looks like there's a lawsuit coming or whatever. And we're like, oh no, I better respond to this right now. Again, it's programmed into Human OS 1.0 to respond to intimidation, right? A consensus. Everybody knows that this is the way to do that. Everybody is saying that. 100% of people agree that pressing this button in this email will make you happy, right? So consensus. Oh yeah. Oh, I want to be like I want to be accepted. I want to be in the group. It's a great feature of Human OS 1.0 to be able to fit in socially. It's a great feature. It helps us get probes on Mars, but it also can be hacked. Scarcity. This is the last two items. They're going to be sold right away. If you don't get in on the sale right now, you're going to lose out. We've been programmed. We've been programmed for scarcity. We're actually really good at understanding the problems with scarcity. If it's a bad harvest and there's not much left, it's frightening. Will my family or my tribe survive? We're programmed for all of human civilization. And so when somebody talks about scarcity, there's something deep inside the human psyche that wants to click on that link and get that malware. Urgency. We need to get this done right now, because if we don't, something bad's going to happen. It's going to be in the email. It's going to be in the communication of the social engineer. Again, this is a great feature of Human OS 1.0 because it spurs us into action to get something done right now and maybe stop something bad from happening. It's a great feature, but it also can be used against us. And then there's familiarity, or linking it into something you know. It's family and friends. Family and friends all do this together as a consensus social group. And so click here. Open the attachment. We are programmed for trust. We have people around us that we know. We have familiar things that we know. We put together bonds of trust as humans. It's a great thing. It's an actual feature of human operating system 1.0. And if a social engineer can exploit that, then they can use that against us. So for instance, they can say, hey, I work for XYZ Corp. They can use the XYZ Corp logo. They can use the XYZ Corp font. They can use the XYZ Corp. And I work for XYZ Corp. And it looks like an XYZ Corp email. I trust it. And it says, you need to upgrade your antivirus right now. Oh, wait a minute. It has urgency in it too. Oh, so therefore, I better click on the link. Exploiting that trust, right? Or greed. The email says, I am, and it gives you some title of a person, and I'm on my way to the United States right now. And from the Prince of Zamunda, there is a money that needs to be transferred from Zamunda to the United States. And in order for me to kick off this transaction, I'm going to need $500, and that'll help kick off the transaction. And as a thank you to you, we're going to go ahead and give you $12,000. All right, it's the least we can do for this $10 million or whatever transaction. And you're like, I can get $12,000. I think I'll help this dude from Zamunda, right? And this is why we have lotteries, right? There are $250 million on the big lotto, and we play the lotto. Hey, it's just $1, and see if we can win the $250 million, right? Greed has actually been, in certain ways, beneficial to human OS 1.0. But I tell you what, it can also be a vulnerability, an exploit for social engineering. So these are the behaviors. Some of these behaviors have been used to build human society, but yet they are ways for attackers to attack our networks, our systems, grab passwords, sully reputations, and do all kinds of havoc using the techniques of social engineering. So some of the factors that make companies vulnerable to social engineering. The biggest one, this one needs to be really highlighted, insufficient Social Security training. Social Security training, not Social Security, I'm using the wrong word here. Insufficient security training. I'm thinking of social engineering and security. Together it's Social Security, but that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is security training. And this is the patch to Human OS 1.0. The patch is training. That's how we change and grow. And if you don't have security training in your organization, you're leaving a huge vulnerability. All right, so number one, insufficient security training. The next we have is unregulated access to information. People can go wherever they want, go to whatever website they want, click on any link they want. How can we fix that? Well, let's say that one of the unregulated information access areas is that there's an attachment on the email. Why not get rid of the attachment? Let's say one of the unregulated access to information areas is allowing links to untrusted resources actually go out in email. Why not stop the links from going out on email? What about restricting website access, etc.? So we can actually fix that. But just being able to go wherever you want and do whatever you want, that type of freedom also brings danger with it. The next one we look at is you have organizational units, and not all of them have sufficient security training. Not all of them have regulated their access to information. And maybe one organizational unit is great with their security policy, but another one lacks security policies. Without good security policy, your organization is going to be vulnerable to attack. So it's effective. Why is it effective? Well, because it deals with that psychological, that human OS 1.0, the psychology of humans. And the thing is you don't have to study a psychology manual we innately know it and feel what those areas are that we were talking about earlier. And that can be used to extract information from people. So security policies are as strong as their weakest link, and human behavior is the most susceptible factor. We can have here's what I always tell my hacking students. If you scan the network and on the external network, and let's say you have access to the internal network for some reason, and you can't find a single vulnerable protocol, you can't find a single vulnerable system, you can't find any application that has any vulnerability or database or anything, it's just locked down, everything's locked down tight. How do you get access to that system? What's the answer? Ask somebody. Ask somebody, right? Use social engineering and then get a link from the inside and you may get access to that system. We humans can be the most susceptible factor, the weakest link. Also, it's difficult to detect social engineering attempts because people are processing email all the time, they're downloading web pages all the time, and we're not tracking necessarily everything and every interaction and definitely not every thought that people are doing. And so it's very hard to detect the buildup towards social engineering. And there is no method that can be applied to ensure complete security from social engineering attacks. Now, we can spend time educating users and so on. Did you know that there was a study that I was looking at, I don't know, about a couple of years ago, that says that there are certain people who will always click on the link. They will always click on the link. And this is why policy is so important. If you have an employee who is you can't educate them, you can't stop them from clicking on the malicious links, then there needs to be a policy that they can't work there anymore because they are a clear danger to your organization. There may be no specific, there is no specific software or hardware to defend against social engineering attacks, right? There's not something that can run. Why? Because it's the human, and we don't run other software. We only run Human OS 1.0. That's what we run, right? No hypervisor, no extras. That's it. So there are phases that we need to be aware of for a social engineering attack. Number one is finding out what's going on. What's going to appeal to that company, to those employees, pulling down information. Next, we want to select a target. So for instance, we might do a social engineering attack on a frustrated employee. Maybe we were looking at that employee's LinkedIn posts, or we're looking at that employee's Facebook posts, or we're looking at their Twitter posts, and we're like, man, this girl, she is really frustrated. And so we target her, or we find a guy who's very disgruntled, and we target the guy. And so we can even target a group. Sometimes there are whole departments that are frustrated. I remember I was working at a company while I was in college. I would just go there over the summers and work for the summers at a company. And I came back 1 year after college, and they said, "Oh, don't go to that department. They're moved because there's crime tape around that entire department because they're all involved in a drug ring. The entire department. Isn't that crazy?" So maybe they were frustrated and they decided to do something else, right? Develop a relationship with the employee. They may do this through email, through chat. They may do this personally, like meeting the employee at after hours, happy hours or whatever, and develop a relationship with the employee in some way, even a thread of a relationship, like for instance, through a chat session or email, will do it. Also, then exploit that relationship to get information from that employee. All right, let's talk about some social engineering techniques. So with social engineering, there are three major categories of social engineering. One of those would be human-based. The next one would be computer-based. and the last would be mobile-based. And mobile and computer are kind of similar to each other in some ways. But with human-based, what we're doing is we are interacting with other humans. Impersonation. Somebody walks into your organization and they have a package and they are dressed in a brown uniform that says UPS and they walk like they're in a hurry. What do you think? You think they're a UPS delivery person. Or if they have a uniform on and it says FedEx and they have a package, yeah, that's what you think. And what it turns out is that everybody wears a uniform. The uniform advertises to other humans who you are affiliated with, what you believe, and what you do. So if you look around you on a given location, you can make individual assessments about what other humans want you to think of them. So for instance, if I want you to think that I am a manager in a business, then I'll wear, like especially a CFO or whatever, I'll wear a full suit and a tie, and maybe a power tie or red tie. If I want you to think that I'm a mid-level manager or a regular worker, then I'll wear slacks, dress shoes, but an open collar, no tie, right? Or maybe even a collar shirt with a logo of where I work. If I want you to think that I'm a delivery person, then I'll wear a delivery uniform. If I want you to think that whatever I want you to think, I wear the uniform of that part of society, whether it be work, non-work. And in doing that, what we're doing is we're appealing to other people to make a judgment about us. And then we can use that against them to be able to do whatever we want. There's a really cool video that you might want to look at in terms of impersonation. And if you go to YouTube and do a search on this, it's how to get anywhere with a ladder. How to get anywhere with a ladder. There's a couple of different versions of this video, but the one I like the most is an Australian guy. And what he does is he's carrying a ladder and he's going into the subway. And the subway person just lets him in, right? You have a ladder, obviously you're going to repair something. He has a ladder, he's going into a movie theater. They say, yeah, he even gets the name of the theater wrong, and he's still able to get into a theater with a ladder. No matter where he goes, he has a ladder, so what's happening? The other humans with Human OS 1.0 are making a judgment about somebody carrying a ladder. Somebody carrying a ladder, first of all, the ladder is heavy. Second of all, that means they're going to repair something, do some good, and so on. So yeah, impersonation is powerful. That's why I wanted to pause there and talk about it. The next thing we have is vishing, where we have, it's just like phishing, right? It's just a message that made you look, and then captures you and makes you click. Eavesdropping, listening in, shoulder surfing, we already talked about that. Dumpster diving, we already talked about that. Reverse social engineering, where the social engineer will develop a relationship with the target and set themselves up as an expert. And with reverse social engineering, the target, the victim, will seek out the social engineer because they're an expert and spill information to them. Now, I need to pause again, talk a little bit about the difference between piggybacking and tailgating. Again, we're in human-based social engineering. Piggybacking. Have you ever given somebody a piggyback ride or gotten a piggyback ride from somebody? Now, how does that work? Well, let's say your little nephew or your niece jumps on your back and starts giggling. Well, guess what you have to do if you're going to give them a piggyback ride? You have to hold their legs, and then you can run around like crazy and make everybody giggle, right? Or maybe you did that to other people when you were a kid. Now, with piggyback ride, if you do one thing, there is no piggyback ride. If you don't hold their legs, there's no piggyback ride, right? And it's more of a strangulation ride. And so with piggybacking, you are giving somebody permission to enter the organization. Whereas with tailgating, you're just providing the method to get in, but you had no idea. So with piggybacking, even if let's say that somebody's behind me when I'm going into the business, and I see them and I hold the door open for them just a little bit, then they come in the door. That is piggybacking. But if I'm going into the same business, the same scenario, and I open the door and I keep walking and I don't know that somebody stuck their hand in the door and stopped it from closing and then came in after me, that's tailgating. I didn't give them permission in any way to get in at all. So difference between those. Let's talk about real quick phishing. We've seen that before. Convincing people this is going to happen on your computer. Again, computer-based social engineering. Pop-up windows, spam, instant messenger, chat, scareware. You do it now, or else your computer is not going to work anymore, or your account's going to be closed, or something like that, right? You get that on your email. Then there's mobile-based social engineering with the help of mobile apps, phishing apps, malicious apps, fake security apps. We'll look at some of these as we go through. Repackaging legitimate apps. And then we have smishing, right? Where again, it's another term for phishing, but instead they're trying to convince you to do something, but it's through a text message. So with human-based social engineering, you pretend to be somebody who's legitimate, impersonating somebody. This is one where the attacker says, hey, this is John from finance department. I forgot my password. So no, it's not really John, but it is potentially a legitimate sounding user. Another one is an important user. Hey, this is Kevin. I'm the CFO secretary, and I'm working on an important project. Lost my password. Can you help me out? Right. So there is important user. Other ones are where this is a vishing example where they're tricking you into getting personal information. This is actually using the telephone system, VoIP. That's where the V comes in through a call. So calls, says he forgot his password, add that if he misses the deadline, there's that urgency we're talking about. On this big project, the boss might fire him. And then there's the feelings of empathy that the attacker is preying on. And so they quickly reset the password, but it's for the wrong user, right? It's actually a trick. Also, we have eavesdropping, shoulder surfing, and dumpster diving. We've already talked about these. Just any looking at what somebody's doing, even if you look at their ATM pin or looking at what they're typing or listening into what they're doing or leaving your phone on record behind a bush in the conference room, one of those fake bushes, in the conference room, or just finding treasure in trash, right? Post-it notes, printed documents that accidentally only printed on one side, so they put it all in the trash or in the recycling, and you get it out, read it, and use it for nefarious purposes. Also with human-based social engineering, we talked about reverse social engineering already, where the person sets themselves up as a authority, and we talked about the differences between piggybacking and tailgating. Remember, piggybacking is when you allow, either unintentionally or intentionally, someone to gain access using your credentials, right? Whereas tailgating is accidental. Right, so we also have computer-based social engineering. You know what a pop-up window is. You go to a website and something pops up, and it's fake though, asking you for fake login information. Hoax letters. You know what the oldest, I don't know if this was this is more of a chain letter, but a hoax letter has information with a warning or whatever about a virus. Like there was one back in the old days that talked about a virus. I can't remember what it was, but actually what they made you do, they said in order to make sure, check your Windows folder. And they had steps for you to get to your Windows System 32. And if you see this little icon that looks like a teddy bear, that's the virus. Delete it. It was a hoax. Another one that came out even before that, you can look this up if you want to in Google or DuckDuckGo. And it's Neiman Marcus cookies. Neiman Marcus cookies. And so there's a purportedly from a woman who had been dealt very meanly and poorly from Neiman Marcus when she asked about their cookie recipe and spent a whole bunch of money, and they were just bad to her. And she got so mad that she's publishing that cookie recipe that she paid so much money for and had so much hassle. She's just giving it to everybody, right? But it actually turned out to be a chain letter. It was not free gifts or anything like that. It just turned out to be not true, all right? A little bit of a hoax, but apparently the cookie recipe worked. So hey, you never know. But it wasn't actually true. The next thing we look at with computer-based social engineering is chat messages and spam messages. We're pretty familiar with those. A chat pops up with a link or a number to call. Spam has information trying to grab from you, like social security numbers or whatever, or with a link to a fake website. Scareware, I've already talked about that a little bit, where they try to scare you into doing something and tricking you into going to the wrong website or clicking on a link or doing something based upon scaring you. If you look at the way emails look in terms of phishing, often it's fairly easy to tell, especially if you are an American and you're used to American English. The English in the email will be perhaps just a little bit off. Also, I've had the opportunity, I put opportunity in quotes, to follow many of these phishing links. And if you look over here, this is what happens when you click on the link. The browser usually will warn you, hey, don't go there, that's fake. And you have to go through all the warnings from the browser. But once you get to the actual website, it looks legitimate. It has the correct logos and all the layout is very nice. And you fill in all this information and then you click on submit information. And I did this once with a phishing email for Bank of America. Filled out the information. Usually my first name is FBI and my last name is investigator. But hey, once I do it, I submit it, and then it took me seamlessly into the real Bank of America site. Same logo, same position of logos on the page, same color scheme. It just was masterfully done. So, but my browser, when I first clicked on the link in the email, my browser screamed at me and it said, hey, this is fake, this is potentially harmful, hey, don't do that. And I had to find ways around the browser to finally let me get to the phishing site that I really wanted to get to. Thank you, browser. So also, if you look at phishing emails, they usually have urgency. Also, sometimes you can hover over the link and you can see it's not really going to PayPal or to the bank site or whatever. And so you can find that, yes, there's urgency, your account might be deactivated, or there's money available, or something like that. And they're trying to capture you with pushing those buttons that we're talking about, the programming of Human OS 1.0. There are other types of phishing, spear phishing, where it's targeted at specific individuals. Very often, spear phishing is whaling, looking for the people with the money and the control, which would be the C class, the people who drive the Tesla trucks and the Mercedes Class C cars or whatever, right? They're looking for CFOs, CIOs, CEOs, politicians, celebrities, things like that. Why? Because they have control and money. So often spear phishing is whaling. There's also farming, redirecting traffic to a site with a malicious program on it. There's spamming. It's like spam, but it's instant messaging. And there are a lot of tools that can be used for phishing. Shellfish. Shellfish. No, you're probably not allergic to this app. What it does, it's a tool that allows you to phish social networks. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, etc. And you can choose your social network. Look at all these networks. Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, GitHub, etc. And then you come up with a phishing campaign. So it walks you right through it, step by step. You can find this in your Parrot installation in your iLab computers. Black Eye, PhishX, Trape, and etc. There are lots of different tools that you can use to launch, or an attacker from somewhere can use to launch a phishing campaign. One other area that you need to be aware of with social engineering is malicious applications, specifically, but not exclusively, specifically for the Google Play Store, but sometimes also even for the Apple App Store. And there'll be a malicious app with a nice looking name and logo. You download the app and then you get infected by malware on your phone. That is why it's so important. I keep telling everybody in every class, you need to have anti-malware software on your phone. If you don't, you're wide open to an attack like this. Also, we have repackaging apps where the malicious developer will take an app and repackage it to look like a legitimate app, and then the user would download and install it, and bada boom, they get attacked. There are also fake security apps. There was a study that was done probably just a few years ago. I can't remember the exact, I think it was in 2019. But anyway, the study was done and it showed that roughly 60 to 80% of the apps in the Google Play Store, and I don't know if they corrected this or not, either were non-functional security apps. In other words, I download XYZ antivirus and I install it and I run a scan and it doesn't do anything. It just has graphics. It doesn't help me, doesn't protect against any attacks, doesn't actually do anything, right? So either it's, number one, non-functional, or number two, it's dangerous. And the dangerous ones outnumbered the non-functional ones. And so you have to be very careful. So even though I tell everybody they need to have antivirus software on their phone, what I say is, what antivirus software are you running on your work computer, especially, or your local computer? Let's say that person says, oh, we're running Avast, or we're running McAfee. Well, that is the app that you should install from the App Store. Don't surf through all the apps and find Billy Bob's antivirus. I mean, that's not what we want to do. We want to actually find one that matches up to something you know, all right? So that's very important. So you don't get a fake security app from the App Store. Another one is social engineering using smishing, SMS phishing. You've seen this before. You've gotten a text, it's random, asking you to call a number or click on something. Don't do it. Don't call the number. Don't click on anything. That's just smishing. All right, let's start section 3 here and have a look at insider threats and identity theft. The first thing we want to look at is insider threats, insider attacks. And this is when you have an employee been working there, they're trusted, they have access to your organization's stuff, and they violate rules and they put your organization in jeopardy, causing some type of loss of information, exposure, anything from malware to just theft. This can be caused by an employee that's disgruntled, somebody who's been fired, or somebody who's just fumble fingers. They're accident prone. They just oops all the time, right? And all of these need to be dealt with, right? Or it could be a third party, like maybe a consultant or a business partner. And just like the accident-prone employee, there could be just undertrained staff, and the undertrained staff does stuff that actually constitutes an insider attack, even though they didn't mean to. So here's an example of an attack of a disgruntled employee. Here is Fred. Fred is disgruntled. Fred has noted the company's assets that are very valuable to XYZ Corp. Fred has access to the company internet. Fred also knows that XYZ Corp has competitors like PDQ Corp, who is really chasing XYZ Corp's products. Fred finds the secret data from the organization and sends it to the competitors using steganographic tools and secretly communicates with the competitors. The competitors pass Fred some cash, or maybe some Dogecoin. Yeah, something like that. So this is what can potentially happen. Why is there an insider attack? Well, there are people who want/need more money, and they can become compromised by somebody who has some money for them. Or they might want to steal the confidential data for a variety of purposes. In the case of a fired or disgruntled employee, they might want revenge. And remember, revenge is a dish that's best served cold. Well, unfortunately, it's like really warm inside a computer. So either way, they want revenge. Become a future competitor. I've seen this happen before where an employee gathers all the data and the methodologies for creating a branch or whatever the product is of the company, and then they quit, and next thing you know, there's a competitor. Yep, seen it happen before. Perform the competitor's bidding. What is thy bidding? The disgruntled employee says, and the competitor says, go, get me this information. And they do that. And usually, cha-ching, there's some financial benefit, right? More Dogecoin, or maybe straight cash, right? Or maybe to make a public announcement and say, I want you to know, XYZ Corp, and then private information about the company blasted into the public, right? So those are some reasons, but there are also different types of insider threats. The one that we're most concerned about, probably there are three of them: malicious, professional, and compromised, right? These are the ones we're most concerned about. Malicious, they're doing it on purpose. It's malicious. They're disgruntled, right? They used to be gruntled, but now they're disgruntled. They've been fired, and maybe they left a logic bomb or they left a way back in. A terminated employee sometimes will communicate with an employee who's still working at the organization and ask them to do them a favor to complete their attack. They want to steal and destroy the organization. There's a story. This took place in about 2015, 2016. There's a woman who worked for an organization, and she was a hard worker. I tell you what. The organization was a fast-moving, small company, but she was putting in a lot of hours. And in fact, her job was there was just too much. She couldn't do it all. If you work 12-hour days, you can't get enough done. And so she told management, look, I need help. You need to hire someone else to help me out. This job is just too much for one person. And they hemmed and they hawed about it, but they didn't seemed like they were ever going to hire anyone to help her out. And so she decided, you know what? I really need to start looking for another job. So one day she got out the job pages online or in a newspaper. I think it was actually a newspaper back then. And she's looking through and she sees, what? And sure enough, the job, the organization she worked for was advertising a job. But wait, the job had the exact same responsibilities as her job. She said, wait a minute, so you're going to fire me after all the work I did for you and hire somebody else for the same job? No, this is absolutely ridiculous. And with her head steaming with anger, a plan formed into her thought bubble, and she had what she was going to do to take out her revenge. And so she went back to the organization at some point, and she located all the critical data of the organization, and she deleted all the critical data of the organization. Well, while she was being arrested or sometime around then and carted off to jail to be convicted of the crime that she did, deleting all the critical data of the organization, she found out that in actuality, the reason there was a job advertisement is to hire somebody to help her just like she requested. So if you're disgruntled, try to get back into the gruntled side. I'm making up that word gruntled, but anyway, that isn't a true story. That's a true story that actually happened with a company. Oh, by the way, they hired somebody like you or somebody like me to go and look at the data that was all deleted, and the company undeleted all the data, and the company in question went back into business. Right? A negligent insider, somebody who just doesn't know. They're the ones who said, oops, I accidentally deleted the data. Or, oh no, I think I tripped on that cord and unplugged that really critical piece of equipment. Or, oh, I did not realize that door was supposed to be shut all the time. Glad you told me, but I'm sorry, the laptop and the phone got stolen. So they're just negligent. They don't know about what's going on. And that could be fixed by good education, right? There's the professional insider who uses their technical skills to find weaknesses and vulnerabilities and then sell. They're selling confidential information, black market bidders, getting some cash, getting some cryptocurrency or whatever it is for their professional inside backstabbing of that organization. And then there's the compromise insider. Let's say that there's a person who they're 3 months behind on their mortgage. They have gambling debts. They're at the edge. They're at the very ragged edge financially, and somebody just happens to meet them online, in a bar, or wherever it is, somehow, and starts to let them know that there is a path to get back financially, to pay their debts, etc. All they need to do is, hey, maybe give me some information about this from your organization. And I really have about $5,000 that I can get to like in a couple of days if you just get me this information, and then later on $5 more grand, $10,000, or whatever, $10,000, or maybe something like that. So they're compromised. They have a weakness. The weakness is exploited by the attacker. So these are the types of threats. Why is it that insider attacks are so effective? And they really are. They're easy to launch because the person works there. If the malicious activity is detected, the employee may refuse to accept responsibility. I didn't mean to do that. I mean, I know I opened that folder with all those critical documents, but I was just doing that as part of my job. I wasn't, I didn't mean to do anything wrong. It's also difficult to prevent because the attacker, that insider attack, can easily succeed in what they're doing. They have access to everything. They work there. They can cover their tracks. They have access to the logs. If they know about the cameras and security systems, or depending on if they're, especially as a system or network administrator, or a developer, or a manager, or whatever, they have access to stuff that allows them to cover their tracks. And they can do harmful actions. And those harmful actions might be very difficult to differentiate from what the employee does on a day-to-day basis. And so it makes it very effective. And because of all of these factors, the attack can go undetected for many years. And if that's the case, remediating the damage that the insider did can be extremely expensive. So insider attacks, difficult and dangerous. The next part of this that we need to talk about is identity theft. So what is identity theft? It's when a criminal steals your PII, which is your personally identifiable information, like your full name, your social security number, national identity number, credit card number, driver's license number, number from accounts, your those types of things. They steal that, and then they use that against you. Right? They use that to impersonate target employees, get physical access to facilities. So identity theft can be pretty bad. So an attacker, once they steal that identity, they can open new accounts. They can open even phone and wireless accounts. They can get utility information, like get you to pay for their electricity or their cable TV or whatever it is. You're paying for their Hulu account. They can open banking accounts with bogus checks and keep that open for a month until they bounce enough that it closes, and they can clone your debit card or make a withdrawal from your account. It's crazy stuff. And most of you in this class have experienced at least a little bit of this. I've been notified by my bank of a transaction that looks potentially fraudulent. I remember this is probably over a decade ago. I got notified by the bank. I logged into my bank account, and sure enough, somebody had spent like $3, or no, it was a few cents, and then they spent $3, and then they went all out and tried to spend thousands. I don't think there was that much in my account, but it was flagged, and we're able to stop it from happening. Right? Another time that was around that same era, I got a contact from my debit card, or was it my credit card? I can't remember. And they asked me, are you in Kansas City right now at Best Buy buying a flat screen TV? And I'm like, no, I'm not in Kansas City buying a TV. I was actually in a data center working on a computer or something or other. And they said, okay, well, you might need to come in and get your credit or debit card replaced, right? Because somebody was in Kansas buying a flat screen TV with my identification. So that's just a little bit of identity theft, right? No one bought a house in my name, but they were able to get my debit card number. So types of identity theft. One of the worst ones is child identity theft. Do you have kids? Do you plan on having kids? You need to look out for this. So here's the scenario. You raise your kid. Finally, after all these years, seems like 80 years, but the kid is finally 18. Woo! You get them out to go to college or get them out of the house to get a job, and they finally leave the nest. They move out, and when they go apply for an apartment, or maybe they're looking to buy a house, they find out that their credit is actually 12 years long and includes purchases or failed purchases of houses and credit cards and so on. Why? Because your kid's identity was stolen when they were very, very young. It's very important to protect children's identity. There's also a criminal identity theft where a criminal uses your identity, uses financial information, takes your driver's license information and uses that, uses your insurance information, uses your medical information to maybe use that against you, or use your insurance or medical information for other purposes. They can steal your tax identity, clone your identity, and then conceal it. They can use what's called synthetic identity theft or social security identity theft. So many different types of identity theft can happen. And so you need to safeguard your identity, safeguard your personally identifiable numbers. Don't give out any of it. Also, one of the things that you can do is, even if you don't have a whole lot of credit, or let's say that you have multiple houses and you have a lot of credit, either way, there are credit monitoring apps through organizations that can monitor your cards, your bank accounts, your personally identifiable information, and tell you if any of it gets used anywhere from the dark web through everywhere on the internet and other locations. So if you want to guard your identity from being stolen, that's one of the good ways. Let's talk about some countermeasures to social engineering. So first of all, good password policies. We've already talked about some of this stuff, changing the password periodically, making sure it's a long passphrase, right? Not a guessable password like your ex-girlfriend's name or something like that. Avoid account blocking after failed, not avoid, but have account blocking after failed attempts. Make sure you have, there it is, that increased length and complexity. That's a passphrase I was talking about before. And don't write it down. Keep that password secret. And there are physical security policies to keep in mind. And for instance, all employees should be identifiable. They should have ID cards, for instance. Very easy to print and manage ID cards for employees. And they should have uniforms. I remember I was working for an IT department. I don't remember where I was when I was working for it, but the whole IT department was issued shirts with logos and even with our names on it. That really helped with the department. I remember working for another organization where they wanted the IT department to wear a tie, and a button shirt. And here we have people underneath desks and bending over computer systems. And there was a lot of complaints there. But there needs to be some type of uniform perhaps at least for certain departments. Visitor escort, somebody comes in, they're a visitor, escort them so they don't wander around grabbing information, restricting access. You can use signage, you can use locked doors, shredding documents that you aren't using, and making sure you have security personnel, whether it be a receptionist at the front desk, a security guard, or employees who are dedicated to the physical security of the location. And then we have a defense strategy. You need to have a social engineering campaign. We'll look at some tools that you can use to do that in just a few moments here. But you need to test your employees. Anything that you want your employees to be able to do in a pinch. What do I mean by in a pinch? Like there's an emergency or there is an action that needs to be taking place right now. Like for instance, I'm an employee. I need to make a decision right now as to whether to click on the link in that email or not. Anything you want your workforce, your work staff, your employees to do in a pinch, guess what you need to do? You need to drill. Do it over and over and over again so they get used to understanding how this looks, how this works, and therefore they're going to do fine. They're going to do fine when push comes to shove and they actually need to act. So what we do in terms of social engineering is have a social engineering campaign. We send all of our employees, or maybe even a department by department, social engineering tests. Send them email, send them text messages, send them vishing and phishing and smishing messages. We also send a visitor, see how far the visitor gets into the department. We also have people do phone calls. Have a campaign of social engineering, see how far you get, and then analyze the results of that and do a gap analysis. We find that 20% of employees responded all the way to the social engineering campaign. Oh man, that's not good. We need a remediation strategy. So what we're going to do is we're going to break out into departments once a quarter, and we're going to hammer away at the areas where people failed. Like for instance, somebody walked into the building, they were able to get all the way to the back of the building and walk around free without an escort. We're going to drill that. We're going to role play it and see if we can get people to recognize that as an issue. We had 20% of employees click on a link promising them a free slushie if they click on a link. And we use software to do a social engineering campaign to get people to stop clicking on emails that offer free slushies or Starbucks coffee or a free trolley ride in the city center or whatever it is. All right, so we need to drill it if we want to make sure that the employees understand, the workers understand, and they're able to withstand an attack. So there are countermeasures also that we can take to that insider. These insider threats can be so horrible. Separation of duties and rotation of duties so that not one person is doing everything. Because one employee can have too much power, be ingrained and stuck in an area, and they have all the time in the world to do attacks, and when they get fired, it's like nobody even knows what the job is and they can't fix it. Least privilege, give people only the amount of privilege that they need to do the work, controlling access, not only to physical locations in the building, but also to the assets of the organization online. Log and audit everything. Monitor your employees. Use video cameras. Use user behavior analytics. Get logs of logins and logoffs, account usage, resource usage, etc. And then periodically go back through and see where your greatest risk is, and then find that risk and put extra safeguards in those areas to be on the lookout for insider threats. Now, there are also some countermeasures that you can do for identity theft. Number one, if you have documents, and please also consider this at home. If you don't own a shredder at home, go down to Walmart, not Home Depot, but some business shop or whatever. Find yourself a shredder or order one online on Amazon or something like that. And if you have medical bills or documents that have your name and private information, you have credit card offers or loan offers or anything like that, pop those docs into your shredder. Don't just put them into the trash. Here's the problem with work and with home is that now we have recycling. And it used to be that if somebody wanted to get to the medical document that you threw away, they would have to dig through old diapers and used spaghetti and then find the document. No, not anymore. Now they just open your bin and stacked neatly with no spaghetti or diapers is all your documents. Just reach in there, grab it, and walk away. And it's nice and clean. They're stacked. So make sure that you shred those documents at work, at home. Ensure your name isn't present on marketers' hit list. You can actually petition for that. Review your credit card statement. Again, you can use monitoring tools for that. Never give personal information over the phone. And so if someone calls you and somehow works you into a point where it's time for you to give personal information, stop. Ask yourself, is this legitimate? And then ask, is there another way? Can we communicate over email? And if they start getting upset, then you know that this is not a place where you should give out your information. Keep all emails secure by emptying your email box quickly. I have a problem with that one. And actually, I think a lot of people do. A lot of times people want to keep their email around so they can have a trail of communications and so on. But you know what? It keeps things more secure if you empty that email box. Now, if you have phishing emails, there are ways. It usually is from a banking company, social network, has usually a generic greeting. So for instance, normally, if I get an email from a real legitimate financial institution, it'll say, Dear Kevin King, right? It'll actually have my first and last name. But if it's a phishing email from a fake financial institution, they'll say, Dear valued customer, Dear user, something like that. So here it says, Dear customer. It's generic. If it ever is generic, assume it's phishing, right? So generic greeting. Number two, there's going to be, looks like it's someone from your email address book. Number three, it's going to have some urgency, maybe a little bit of a threat. Number four, there might be, like I was telling you, if you're an American English speaker, you'll notice that the grammar might be a little bit off. Number five, you might have spoofed websites. So hover over this link, or you can right-click on the link, and then you can copy the link address, and then open up Notepad or something like that and paste it into Notepad and have a look at what the link actually is. It may not be Apple. It may not be Bank of America. But if it said, Dear customer, it's not Apple anyway, right? It's not really them. Offers that are too good to be true, official looking logos, may have an attachment. These are some of the things that you'll see in a phishing email. Don't click on the link. In general, if you get email from any financial institution at all, ever, don't click on a link. Even if you called your bank and your bank says, we're sending an email right now and it has a link in it, don't click on the link. Why? Because everybody who ever clicked on a link thought it was legitimate. So if you think it's real, still don't click on links from financial institutions. So if you get an email from your financial institution, it is actually from your real financial institution, and it says that your account, it has some trouble, don't click on any link in it. Go to your account on a separate web page, type in www.paypal.com, www.mycreditcardaccount.com, or whatever it is, and log in and find out if it's legitimate, right? Remember, whoever clicked on a link thought it was legitimate. So even if you know it's real, no click on link. Another thing you can do to help yourself out a little bit is get an anti-phishing toolbar. If you, let's say that you're watching this class and you're like, Kevin, I feel compelled. I really feel compelled to click on those links. If that is you, get yourself Netcraft or Fish Tank. These are anti-phishing toolbars that will help you to make sure that you're not clicking on phishing, right? So there's a couple of tools that you can use to help you. There's most of the class, you're like, oh yeah, I've seen those all the time. But there are some of you perhaps participating in this class and that you're a clicker. You know it. Well, use a tool to help you not be one who falls prey to social engineering. There are other tools that you can use. Let's say that you are a manager, you are a system engineer, you are a network person. Set the social engineering toolkit. It's made out of Python, programmed in Python. And what it is pen tests your social engineering. It goes through many different possibilities. And you can set up a social engineering fake campaign and use it to test your employees. The Speedfish framework, GoFish, Kingfisher, all of these are tools. And what these tools do is they set up a campaign. Like for instance, using OFish, I can, by the way, I've used this tool before and done this before. I can set up an entice to click. I set up entice to click with OFish, and I send it out to an entire department or the entire organization. It has some type of message that I can help craft. It has built-in messages that you can just use boilerplate or make your own or whatever. And it tries to get, it's got logos and many different ways to make it look real. And to try to get them to click on something. And if they click on it, well then what it does is it has, let's see if you see it right over here, training. So it takes them to remediation. It says, uh-oh, you've been O-fished. You are required by your organization to go through this training, and there'll be training that shows you how to recognize some of the training that we're doing here, how to recognize what's going on. So phishing, credential harvesting, smishing, email campaigns. I also, using OFish, I did a voice campaign, with some phishing that tried to get employees to call a phone number, right? If they call a phone number, well then, guess what? It leads them to training. It shows up on their email, hey, you've been phished, you're required to take this training. So you can audit the organization's security, make sure people aren't able to be fooled by social engineers. So in this module, we've talked about social engineering, people hacking human OS 1.0, and the many ways they do it, the phases of it, the different tools and vectors of social engineering and the threats that we face in our organizations and at home, Yeah, I mean, this happens to us in our home offices and on our tablets and on our phones. We face all this stuff. And so we also talked about countermeasures to help to defend against social engineering. And the main countermeasure is patching human OS 1.0. And how you do that? You patch it through education, making sure people understand the different types of phishing. And we even talked about not just phishing, but social engineering. We even talked about using tools to test and educate employees in social engineering. And that takes us to the end of the content for this module on social engineering. In the next module, we're going to look at network level attacks and countermeasures. So why don't you join me there? And let's start with the first one, which is sniffing. What is sniffing? It's not just something you do with your nose. No, this is something that you do with a network interface card. So let's talk about it. We're going to understand some packet sniffing concepts. So what is packet sniffing? Well, in order to really, at the lowest level, understand packet sniffing, you need to understand the idea of what's called host host-to-host communication. Host-to-host communication. And I don't actually have the ability or the time right now to explain everything that happens with host-to-host communication. But I will tell you this, that if you have a laptop, if you have a phone, if you have a desktop computer system that's plugged into a wired network, whether it's Wi-Fi, whether it's wired, every network interface card produces what's called an Ethernet frame. The Ethernet frame starts with what's called a preamble. In fact, will you do me a favor? Open up a tab, you know what I'm going to say, right, to DuckDuckGo or to Google, type in Ethernet, E-T-H-E-R-N-E-T, Ethernet frame, hit enter, and then go to images. And in images, you'll see the representation of an Ethernet frame. In that Ethernet frame, you have the preamble, you have the destination and source, MAC address, and then you have protocol information. And then what you have inside the frame is the payload. Inside that payload, you have a packet. In that packet, we have a source and destination IP address, all kinds of protocol information. And then inside that packet, you have a TCP, and if you're running TCP, segment. In that TCP segment, you have a source and destination port. And inside that TCP segment, along with other protocol potential information, is your payload. What is the payload? Well, imagine that you have these frames moving in and out of the transceiver of your NIC, of your network interface card. How many frames are we talking about? Well, how fast is your transceiver? If you are on a wired network, it's possible to get up to, let's say that you have a 1 gigabit per second interface. That's a billion frames, a billion bits per second, which is hundreds of millions of frames per second. That's a lot. And so when I click on a link and a website shows up, downloads, what I didn't see is all those frames coming in one at a time, each of those frames bringing in a pixel, another pixel, a set of pixels, a text phrase, another part of a text phrase. If you were to slow it down, you could see the web page that you downloaded being built as the hundreds of millions, or probably in this case, it's only going to be thousands, hundreds of thousands of frames that have all that other payloads that build what you see on your screen, among many other things. So what a packet sniffer does is it captures that data that's being sent. So when I click on a link, it's not just downloading a web page. When I first click on that link, I have to find out what the IP address of that site is. There's communication I can watch on a packet sniffer. I might need to do a TCP three-way handshake with that resource before I communicate through TCP. That shows up on the sniffer. I might then start to have a TCP communication and stream the download of that web page. And there might be specific elements of that web page or that web app that have external locations, and those need to be worked out. They need to be tested. There needs to be a handshake between those elements. So there's a lot going on in the background. The bottom line is all of it is encapsulated in frames. Those frames at layer 2 of the OSI model we're able to see. It allows us to see traffic, especially if it's wireless, across the network, depending on where we're plugged in. If any of that information is clear text like telnet, or clear text like syslog traffic, or FTP traffic, we'll be able to see the payload of that frame, which is carrying the packet, which is carrying the TCP segment, which is carrying the payload, which is a string of text that says password. Right? So that's what packet sniffing is all about. Opening up the frames that are captured on that NIC, on that network interface card, and being able to read the contents and watch the data flows. That's what we're looking at. So a sniffer, again, it has a NIC, a network interface card, but it's set to what we call promiscuous mode. What in the world is promiscuous mode? Well, a network interface card normally will look at the contents of the frame. The preamble comes 1010, etc., saying the following communication is an Ethernet frame, and then the first thing that it will read is the destination address. So here's the destination address. It hits my NIC. Does the destination MAC address match the MAC address of my NIC? If it doesn't, a normal NIC will just drop it, delete that frame. But a NIC in promiscuous mode doesn't even care. That could be a MAC address for another computer. It could be a MAC address for this computer. It could be, I don't care. I'm just going to take every single frame that comes to my NIC, that touches my NIC, that works in my wireless card, that works in my network card, anything that touches it. The promiscuous mode NIC will read it, right? So that's what we're looking at. And so every frame gets read in a promiscuous mode NIC. And so that leads to types of sniffing. One would be passive sniffing. So what you can do is you can just listen, watch all the traffic. You can even plug into an old style hub. That really actually helps you get even more traffic and look at everything that's being delivered and just not injecting any information into the network. And it's really nice. It's stealthy. Hardly anyone will know unless they check. So that's a very good way. So if you have Wireshark or any of the other type of packet sniffers we're going to be talking about, mainly they're going to be passive, just listening in, right? So for instance, if nobody knew that you were listening in on a conversation, they wouldn't maybe care if you're just listening in. But as soon as you inject something into the conversation, say, hey, that's wrong. Oh, then all of a sudden they're all over your case, right? So active sniffing is different. It's when you actually interact with the system. So let's say you have a network that's running on a switch. One of the problems with a switched network is you can only sniff conversations between your device and a specific secondary device, unless they are broadcast or some other types of multicast frames that you can see. But in a switch-based network, if you want to see everybody else, you'll need to inject something into the conversation. And one of the best ways to see what's going on with everyone else is to inject ARP, Address Resolution Protocol packets. What ARP does is it is there to find an association between the IP address of a host on a network and its MAC address. Right now, if you were to open up a command prompt or a PowerShell prompt and you typed in ARP and then the space bar and hit -A, you would see a list of both dynamic and static ARP entries and their MAC addresses and IP addresses. So these ARP entries, using ARP and flooding ARP to flood the switch with a bunch of extra MAC address entries. So you have this content addressable memory, which is a type of switch memory. In fact, some Cisco switches have what's called TCAM, which is tertiary content addressable memory. But in this case, it's really just a MAC table, a table of MAC addresses, ports on the switch, and VLANs and a couple other pieces of information that's held in this MAC table in CAM on the switch. What you can do with this memory is you can overflow it. A typical switch, workgroup switch, maybe a 24-port switch, has about 8,192 MAC entries available on the MAC table, but you can switch it up to over 131,000. But either way, if it's only 24 ports, only a few VLANs, you would think that that table never gets full. But there are tools that someone can use to flood that table and make it so that the switch behaves like a hub, meaning that the attacker can watch all traffic on the switch. There are other active techniques for sniffing: MAC flooding, DNS poisoning, ARP poisoning, DHCP attacks, a switch port stealing, spoofing attacks. There are so many different ways of active sniffing. And here's one of the ways that an attacker will hack a network using a sniffer. The first thing that the attacker is going to do is go ahead and connect themselves to a switchboard. Well, how do you do that? Well, you go into a conference room, for instance, and there's a port open on the wall. You take your cable, plug it in. All right, that's number one. Number two, they're going to find who they want to hack. So there's a target of the attack. And I don't know which one it is, but it's one of these computer systems over here. Number three, the traffic that's destined for the machine is now going to be redirected to the attacker. And the way they're going to do that, number four, is they're going to use a discovery tool to learn about the topology, and then they're going to poison the victim's machine using an ARP spoofing technique. Now, all that traffic is going to be redirected to the attacker. And now that the traffic from the victim's machine is redirected to the attacker can take all that information and watch what's going on, just steal everything, monitor, sniff, that's what we call it, passwords, sensitive data, and all of that from redirected traffic. There are protocols that we use commonly on networks that are vulnerable to sniffing. And the reason that they're vulnerable to sniffing is because they're not encrypted by default. They're not protected. Telnet that you use to, for instance, manage a switch or a router, or get a administrator prompt from a Linux or a Microsoft box, is completely plain text. So anything you type, all the keystrokes, all the usernames, the passwords. If I have a Cisco router and I type the command show run and I'm telnetted in, the entire configuration of the router will be listed out, and anybody who's sniffing that telnet traffic will now have the entire configuration of my router or my switch for devices like that. Also HTTP. We're used to using HTTPS. HTTPS is encrypted. HTTP is not. And so anything done with HTTP can be sniffed and looked at. POP for email, IMAP for email, SMTP or NNTP. These are used for network management and time management. Clear text, right? FTP, which is ports 20 and 21. It's like a file server online, and it all can be read in clear text because the protocols themselves are vulnerable to sniffing. Now let's have a look at some of the techniques that are often used for sniffing. And one of those I mentioned a little bit earlier is MAC flooding. So we take that MAC table, we fill it up with entries until it's full, and then it acts like a hub. Now, what is the problem with it acting like a hub? Now, most people taking this class have never had the opportunity to use a hub, or maybe you've never even had the opportunity to work with a switch. There's a big difference. Back in the 80s and 90s, networks were put together using hubs. Here is how a hub works. So let's say I have a 4-port hub, and on port 1 I have a computer connected, and on port 4 I have another computer connected. The computer on port 4 sends information into port 4. It's connected to port 4, so it sends information into that port, and that information is repeated at all of all the ports. The computer on port 1 sends information into the port. That information is repeated out of all ports. So a hub is like a multi-port repeater. If I had a 24-port hub, they usually never got that big, but I could plug into one port, since the hub repeats all the traffic from any communication on the hub. I could plug into one port on the hub and watch the traffic for the entire network. On a switch, it's much different. With a switch, let's say I have an 8-port switch, and I have a device on port 1 and a device on port 8. The device on port 1 sends a frame to the device on port 8. Guess what? Only the device on port 8 sees that frame. There is not 1 ounce of communication on port 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. only on those two that communicate. I don't care who's on the other ports. So here's what you do. The attacker gets a tool. There's one called MACOF, as you see over here, right? We run it. We flood the 8-port switch or the 24-port switch, fill up the MAC table till it's overflowing. And then when there's a communication going from the computer on port 1 to the computer on port 8, it just sends it out all the ports like a hub. And so the attacker can watch, listen to, scan, sniff all of the traffic on the network as they send out 131,000 MAC entries per minute flooding that switch. So that's what MAC flooding is. There are also other types of attacks that we can do. One of these is DHCP starvation. This is more of a denial of service attack. And so what happens is, let's say that I have a network that has 20 VLANs on it. A VLAN is a virtual local area network. And these 20 VLANs are going to be on separate logical networks. So one of them might be on the 192.168.20 network with a /24. And there might be one on a 30 network, one on a 40, one on a 45 network, etc. So we have all these different logical addressed networks. Now, in this case, each of the networks will have up to 254 addresses available for each of the hosts on each of these 20 subnets for these 20 VLANs. So the attacker, what they do is they use a tool. Uracina, I think, is one of those that would do this. But you use a tool, and what you do is you fake a whole bunch of requests to each of the scopes of addresses for the DHCP server and flood it with requests until all of the addresses in the DHCP server are used up. There's none left. They're all leased out. And then any device that tries to use that network and that DHCP server won't be able to get an IP address, won't be able to talk on the network. Yet another type of attack is an ARP spoofing attack. And so what happens there is the first thing we see here is we have a device. We have a switch. Remember, we're talking about that MAC table. Actually, this is not the MAC table. This is the ARP cache. ARP cache will be in each one of these devices. Will all have their own ARP cache. The switch doesn't have an ARP cache. So what's going to happen is this device on this network, user A says, I want to connect to 1.1.1.1, but 10.1.1.1, but I don't have its MAC address. So what it does is it sends in an ARP request to the switch. The switch sends out a broadcast out of all its ports, waiting for the one device that has the IP address of 1.1.1.1 to reply. So it sends out that ARP request. It sends that request out all its ports. The switch broadcasts it out all of its ports. And so there's this device right here. It says, yes, that's me. I have the address of 10.1.1. Here is my MAC address. Dun, dun, dun. Uh-oh, the music just changed. There might be something bad about to happen. Oh, man. As it turns out, there is, because there's a malicious user. How can you tell? It's the hoodie. The hoodie, you can always tell. So the malicious user has been watching this transaction, not just watching it, but they're using a special tool to help out with this. And they respond and they spoof the legitimate user. And they say, yeah, that's me. They always have to do the evil laugh. I'm not sure why they do the evil laugh. But anyway, what happens now is the MAC address for the ARP table of this user has now been set to the MAC address of the attacker. So in fact, if this user tries to interact with this computer, it's not. The entry in the MAC table is forged, and when this user goes to 10.1.1.1, it'll be redirected to the attacker's machine. So I'm sorry, I had to say that in the evil voice because, yeah, the attacker. So that is an ARP spoofing attack. Now we go into some tools. You might be thinking, wow, ARP spoofing, that sounds fun. Well, if you want to try it out, here's a tool for you called ARP Spoof. What it does is it redirects packets from a target or to all hosts to a specific address. Mostly, though, we'll be using tools like BetterCap and EtherCap. Both BetterCap and EtherCap are very, very useful tools for man-in-the-middle attacks. And one of the first steps in a man-in-the-middle attack is ARP poisoning. So both Better and EtherCap will have ARP poisoning as one of their major capabilities. They're very, very good at it. There's DNS sniff, man-in-the-middle, MITMF, ARP poison, and others. But yeah, I would recommend for ARP poisoning BetterCap and EtherCap. Another attack is MAC spoofing or duplication. So let's say that I am on a Wi-Fi network. And on the wireless network, as it turns out, only this MAC address is allowed to get on the Wi-Fi network. Oh no, well, I really want to be on the Wi-Fi network. Is there a tear coming down my cheek? Because there should. I'm kind of sad that I'm not on the Wi-Fi network. So what I do is I do some sniffing and I listen and watch and I see, oh, I see what the MAC address is. And then I simply change my MAC address to that MAC address, and cha-ching, I am now in the wireless network. So yeah, you can sniff for, intercept, change your MAC address to any address you want on almost any system where you want to change your MAC address. But wait, there's another one. This one is DNS poisoning. What is DNN? It's the domain name server, domain name service, domain name system. There are a lot of people who call it different things, but domain name server is good enough. What it's responsible for is taking an FQDN. Do you know what an FQDN is? It's a fully qualified domain name. You've seen them before. They're separated by dots, so it could say dev.microsoft.com. That's an FQDN. That FQDN has a specific IP address associated with it. So if I type in dev.microsoft.com and I look for it, a DNS server might be called to provide me with the IP address. I don't memorize 32-bit binary IP addresses. I just don't usually do that. Nor do I memorize 128-bit binary IPv6 addresses. I'm just not that good at memorizing binary numbers, but my DNS server is great at it. And so I query the DNS server. The DNS server finds the IP address of the FQDN, remember, fully qualified domain name, sends that IP address to me, and then it is cached so that next time I won't have to ask the DNS server. So whenever you see the term poisoning, it is to put improper entries into a table that maps one thing to another. So in this case, what will happen is a legitimate website IP address will be poisoned, replaced by the IP address of the attacker. Oh no, that's going to lead to some bad stuff, because now if I type in dev.microsoft.com, I will get a fake Microsoft page, and maybe something might pop up and say, click here to close this box, and I click on it, and it's malware, and then there's drive-by malware on there, and it's horrible, right? It's bad stuff. So DNS poisoning can lead to pretty bad circumstances. Another one is a tool that you want to be aware of for taking care of sniffing. If you want to do sniffing, this is the primary tool. And you need to get to know this. And that's why we have iLabs, where you can practice using tools like Wireshark. Wireshark is really cool. You capture, interactively browse traffic that's running on your computer. There are filters that you can use with Wireshark. You can see some of the frames that were captured. See how it says frame right there? And then inside that frame, remember I said there was a packet, so you can see Internet Protocol, or IP, right? It found the packet. And inside that packet is the TCP segment with the payload. You can see some of the payload information here. There are other packet sniffers that are really nice, like Central Packet Analyzer, CAPTCHA, Network Analyzer, Observer Analyzer, and others, all kinds of. And there are packet sniffers that only run in terminal mode on Linux, and there's so many out there that actually do a very, very good job.